Chilly Willy. Let's see if anybody comes to my live. Anybody comes to my live. I know some of my people will come to my live. And if nobody comes to my live, then we'll watch a movie. Hello. Hi. I am doing very good. So today, what had happened was, so I practice acupuncture, but the only kind of acupuncture I do is on the ears. There is something called AcuDetox. And AcuDetox is an acupuncture protocol that is used for people who are suffering from anxiety, PTSD. It's used for people who are in recovery from drug and substance abuse. So like when I first got Agbo Ato, Ashuri Iwari Wofun, Lauren, how are you feeling? I'm more concerned about you. What's going on in your life? Are you feeling okay? So the AcuDetox protocol only requires you to put 5 needles in one ear and 5 needles in the other ear. And the woman who basically founded the program in New Hampshire was a friend of mine, and she passed away, and she passed away very quickly. She got a very aggressive form of cancer, and within a matter of, I'd say 90 days, she was in hospice care, and then she died. I mean, she was an older woman, but I think she had like pancreatic cancer or some kind of cancer. But it was already like stage 4 cancer by the time they caught it. And so there's another woman that was working side by side with her that picked up the mantle, because when Laura died, then the entire AcuDetox community that she created over the past, I don't know, 5 years, didn't have anybody to do anything. So this morning I had to get up at 10 a.m. and I had to go to a, I had to go to a committee. I went to a committee meeting for acupuncturists. It's actually the licensing committee of New Hampshire. The licensing committee had a public meeting, and I showed up for it because I hate bureaucracy. I absolutely hate it. I hate bureaucracy, and it takes the government too long to do anything. And these motherfuckers had been sitting on legislation and the changing of laws and rules to make the lives of AcuDetox specialists easier. They sat on those for years. So I literally showed up today to say, why are you dilly-dallying in getting this piece of legislation done? This needs to change. You're affecting my life. You're affecting my life. It's actually, It's actually not affecting my life at all, but I acted like it was. Hey, Robin. I was like a total Kevin. They almost silenced my mic because I kind of got into it with the woman. I kind of got into it with the woman who was the chair, because she was really just, oh, I don't. She was just, you could tell that she was just one of those capital K, capital U, capital N, capital T, capital Z. You could just tell she was one of those because of just her. She was just acting so fake, and I knew that she was going to totally sideline the rules. I knew that she was going to totally sideline the rules and, not, and just put it off for like another quarter, because they only meet like every quarter. So like they keep putting off going over these laws and going over these rules and getting these laws changed. And I showed up and I'm like, I want to know when you're going to change this shit. Oh man, she was mad. She was a little mad about it. So, sleeping is good. I mean, I know that you don't particularly care for where you're at, but do you feel calmer? Like, do you feel a little calmer? Hey, Jackie, how are you doing, sweetie? So anyway, the point is that my license is good until like October of 2025, but like something like every 4 years you have to like pay and submit your paperwork to renew your license. Hello. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, Mr. Ghoul? I was just running my mouth. I like, y'all, I already had my gummies today. Like, I am like super mellow. I woke up this morning, I was irritated because I didn't go to sleep until I haven't been going to sleep until like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I have just been wired all night long. And then I like take naps during the day, or I sleep in because I don't have a birth chart to do or an appointment scheduled, and so I'll sleep in. So my sleep schedule is whacked out. So then I had to force myself to get my ass out of bed to go to this goddamned acupuncturist licensing board meeting. So then after I threw my fit, I worked on my new book, because I'm writing a new book. I've got a new book underway because I have discovered my passion in life, and I realized that my passion in life is writing books and shit. I like doing that, so I'm doing it some more. I ugly cried too today. I did an ugly cry. I've been very emotional over the past week. I think I've cried like twice this week. And I don't cry. I'll go for 6 months without crying. Wandering Ghoul, you gotta give us the titles of your books. Give us some of the titles of your books so we can go check them out, so we can go support you. Because I love books. I mean, I love everything about books. I love reading. I read until my brain literally is a wet noodle. Oh, you're unpublished. Oh, well, you need to get published, man. You need to, it's so easy. Anybody can write a book, anyone. Because on Amazon, on Kindle Create, you can download the Kindle Create app, and you can take your document and you can upload it into the program, and you can basically build your own little Kindle book. And then once you publish it to Amazon, then you can have the option to publish it to paperback and to hardback. And now they even have an option that you can click the AI artificial intelligence reader, and you can get an audiobook using AI voice. Agbo Ato, Ashori Iwori Wofun, Malia, how are you doing tonight? Hey, hey. What's up, Nicole? Agbo Ato. Crystal. So, it's very, very easy to publish your own works. I love technology. I really, really do. I think all of the new technology, in order to help somebody write, like, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I use all kinds of tools to write my shit. I've used ChatGPT. 4 has helped me do research. Grok, whatchamacallit, there's like a Clancy or a Claire or something like that. Claude, I used Claude. I've used Gemini, Google's Gemini, to help generate content and to research content, and then Microsoft Copilot. So, you know, books, referencing books, Google searches, generative AI is all extremely helpful in helping you create the kind of content. Like, as an example, my next book is going to be about ancestral Wicca. It's going to tell white people why Wicca is an ancestral practice. Y'all ain't ready for that. Y'all ain't ready for that. My Wicca book, I self-initiated myself as a Wiccan over 20 years ago. I was 22. I'm 43. So I self-initiated as a Wiccan over 20 years ago. And Wicca was the foundation of my practice. All the way up until I started hanging out with Espiritistas and Sancistas and got involved in, ancestral Caribbean, Puerto Rican stuff. It's because a lot of traditional witches don't like Wicca. And they're like, oh, Wicca isn't witchcraft. Well, that's not true, actually. If you want me to take a few minutes to tell you about it, like the plot or the theory or like why I'm saying this, I can do that for you. If you're not interested, I can talk about something else. So, let me teach you guys a thing about research and study, and specifically when it comes to mythology, myth, stories, magic, culture. You have to study linguistics. You have to study linguistics, sociolinguistics, and then historical linguistics. People who are linguists are people who study how language changes over long periods of time. And it's how we're able to trace our language tree back to its origin. So, all European culture shares the Indo-European language tree. The root is in Proto-Indo-European and Indo-European language, okay? So you got Proto-Indo-European peoples from a long time ago. You've got Indo-European peoples. And those Indo-European peoples that started out in the steppes of Eastern Europe traveled down towards India, and they traveled west across across Europe. And all of our ancestors, if you have European ancestors, descended from, took with them these myths, these motifs, the world tree, a horned god, a solar god, a triple moon goddess, a thunder god, and myths and stories that you can see running throughout history. So like, I start out with showing how the Indo-European language group branches out, okay? Then we talk about Greece, we talk about the Greeks, because Western civilization was founded by the Greek culture. We owe everything to the Greeks. They pretty much set the standard, okay? And then the Roman government came in and became the inheritors of that wisdom and those traditions. And then even all the way out through the modern day period, you know, even though Rome created this political organization called Christianity, which is a Roman religion. Christianity is a Roman religion. It's got some appropriated Jewish material in it, but for the most part, it's a very Roman religion. The myth of our ancestors, okay? The Greeks, the Romans, the Scandinavians, the Norse, okay? The Germanic tribes, the Celts, the Anglo-Saxons, everyone who was pre-Christian, a pre-Christianized Europe shared common myths. Now, eventually, Europe, for political purposes, or kings, tribal leaders, whoever, for political purposes, joined the Holy Roman Empire. So you're seeing the expansion of the Holy Roman Empire. And remember that religion and politics in ancient times were one and the same. They were not separate. This concept of the separation between church and state is a modern concept, and that comes along with being an American. America was founded on the idea that we want to separate the church from the state. That was one of the founding ideas, okay? Hey, Kat. Good to see you. So glad you stopped by to say hi. So, you know, people continue to practice magic and mystery cults throughout this entire time period. We have the Greek magical papyri, which is basically a historic book of records kept in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd centuries of magicians or magi or sorcerers or whatever you want to call them, practicing grimoire magic. Okay, so one of the spiritual ancestor traditions to Wicca is the grimoire magical tradition, because that influenced it. Freemasonry influenced it. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Enlightenment era, the Victorian times, all of these things birthed Wicca, because the religion and the people are the same. You can't have a religion without people to practice it or evolve it. And religion changes and evolves over time. Just like language changes, but it changes slowly over time. It's how we can keep track of it. And it's how we can, through linguistics and historical linguistics, say, well, we had a common ancestor, they were Indo-European, and we know that they had these myths, these motifs, they lived a particular kind of way, and that is our ancestor. So if you have European ancestors, the ancestors of the European people are the Indo-European people. And it's those Indo-European people's myths and stories and religion, pagan religions, that spread all over Europe and even down into India. You see what I'm saying? So if you guys know what Espiritismo Cruzado is, that's crossed or mixed spiritism, okay? And people practice that in Puerto Rico. They practice it in Cuba. We practice it here in America. It's Spiritism. But it's mixed or cross-Spiritism. So it's Spiritism that incorporates elements of like indigenous, Taino, or Native American beliefs, African beliefs, the 7 African powers, you know, beliefs in Orishas, Sanse, they work with Loa, they work with spirits of voodoo. So modern day Spiritism is basically like Wicca. Because when Gerald Gardner, you know, started writing all his books about witchcraft, and Scott Cunningham started writing all of his books about witchcraft, people flocked to that information, and they used it, and they made it their spiritual tradition. In the same way, traditional healers and mediums and spiritualists in the Caribbean accepted the gospel according to Spiritism, the Allan Kardec works that made it from France and Portugal and Spain all the way down into the Caribbean, all the way down into Brazil. There's whole traditions, whole ass religions that practice Spiritism using Allan Kardec's work. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of people practice this. It's all up and down. It's in Brazil. It's in Venezuela, okay? It's real popular in Cuba and Puerto Rico. Anywhere people have traveled from the Caribbean or from South America into the United States. So the point of what I'm saying is we all have ancestry, and that ancestry starts with your mama and your grandfather, your mom and your dad, your grandparents on both sides. It took millions and millions and millions of people for you to exist. You're the most recent version of your ancestors, your ancestor 2.0. And you contain the essence, of all of your ancestors. The DNA that's in your body is its chain, it's a link that binds you to everyone who's come before you. You see, and that's when you dream at night and you dream about ancestors, you're awakening that ancestral DNA. If you do spiritual practices, eventually you're going to start releasing ancestral trauma. You're going to start breaking intergenerational curses. You know, you got to... But here's the thing. The thing, kids, is things change, but they change over very long spans of time. And it also takes time to create a repetitive pattern within families. That's why we call them ancestral curses, because it's a curse that, like, you know, somebody becomes an alcoholic, and then their kids become alcoholics, and their kids become alcoholics, and this alcoholism or incest, drug abuse, gambling, all kinds of maladies of the human spirit, they get inherited, they get passed down. And we have cellular memory. We remember these things on a cellular level. Hi. What's up, Linda? So, you know, I tell you, they did this experiment, and this is terrible that they did this. You know, the only reason that scientists torture so many animals, they have tortured so many animals, it's horrible. Yet at the same time, if those animals didn't die, we wouldn't know anything about anything. We wouldn't be able to make medicine. We wouldn't be able to do anything. You know, do you think they're going to send a human being into space first? No, they're going to send a dog into space to see if it explodes first, or a monkey. And then when they determine it's safe, then they will allow an actual person to do something. You see what I'm saying? But they did this experiment where they took all these rats, and they would feed the rats, and they'd keep the rats, and then what they do is they would squirt a pheromone, a scent, into the cage. And then after they sent the pheromone into the cage, they would wait for a second, and then they'd press a button and it would electrocute the mice or the rats. It would bzzz, and they would be electrocuted. They'd get all upset and they'd run around and they'd be all upset, right? Well, they did this. They tortured these rats for a very long period of time, where they did that to an entire generation of mice. They did that to an entire generation of mice or rats. And then guess what happened? The first generation of rats started having children, and their children would react to the pheromones in the exact same way the adults would react to the pheromones. So it was actually embedded in their DNA instinctually to react to this particular pheromone. Well, thank you so much, Linda. I appreciate that. No shit. I live in Massachusetts. Are you in New England or on the East Coast? Hey, Melinda. It's Melinda. Not my Linda. Melinda. It's Melinda. Oh, you're in Cali? I had a dream that I was sitting on the edge of my mother's bed, and my mom was sitting with she had a blue bonnet on her head. I do not know why she had a blue bonnet on her head, but she had just got her hand of Ifa, and I asked her, "Who's your guardian Orisha?" And she said, "Shango." And I was like, "Well, who's your mother?" And she was like, "Oya." So I, like, in my dream that I had, like, this morning as I was waking up, I asked my mother in my dream, you know, who are your Orishas? And she said, Shango and Oya. And I was like, oh, wow. And I woke up and I thought to myself, that is a crazy ass bizarre dream. That is a crazy ass dream. I just wanted to make sure that I was saying it correctly. It's like Melinda metal detecting. Melinda the metal detector. So, yeah, let me get back to my Wicca, the whole situation with Wicca. So, the whole situation with Wicca is that Wicca was born from the same Victorian magicians that gave birth to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Lima, all of that stuff. So it's got a spiritual inheritance. It's got a spiritual inheritance. And the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn inherited their magical material from things like the Greek magical papyri, from the Solomonic grimoire traditions, from what the Roman and Greek mystery traditions. Oh, the only thing Wicca did was remove any Abrahamic components from the practice. But the casting of a magical circle of protection, the calling of the four directions, the invocations to the god and the goddess, the ancestors, the spiritual world. Wicca is a ceremonial magical practice, and if you don't like doing ceremonies and you don't like being ritualistic, Wicca is not for you. If you are a basic kitchen witch bitch, and all you like to do is go into your kitchen and start making shit to practice your witchcraft, then you wouldn't do that. Somebody who practices Wicca is more formal, and they're going to do their magic within the context of ceremony. So they'll cast a circle, they'll call the quarters, they'll do spirit invocations to bring down the gods and the goddesses, or the angels and the demons, or whatever the hell it is that they work with, because it doesn't matter. And then they'll sit there and they'll do their magic. They'll do divination. They'll do their spiritual work. And then after they do their spiritual working, they will release the circle, say farewell to the four directions, and it becomes much more, it's a ritualized practice. There ain't nothing wrong with being a basic kitchen witch bitch. I knew you would like that. That's really fucking creepy though, Nicole. That really is creepy. I had a really bad, I had a not so good dream. I had like what most people would consider a nightmare, but I had a horrible dream. Oh my gosh. And I'm like, where the fuck does this shit come from? What's weird about my dreams is that in my dreams, I am ridiculously strong. I don't feel strong in real life. I feel really, really puny in real life. I feel weak all the time. Like, I'm not the healthiest person, okay? I've got asthma. I couldn't run from my apartment to my car because my knees would literally shatter, right? But in my dreams, I am like Superman. Like, I've got crazy superhero strength. And there's nothing wrong with that, catfish. Raspberry cheesecake. So I think most of the people that gravitate towards me as a practitioner are people that like plants and like trees and like herbs, appreciate flowers, and food. Like, I'm a foodie. I love food. I take pictures of my food all the time. I am that guy that has to clear their phone of the pictures of the food that they eat. So I am a foodie. I believe you can put witchcraft and magic into your cooking. I mean, magic goes into every single meal that you make with intention. And if you're chanting incantations and other shit over top of it, best believe you can put magic into food. So kitchen witchery, like Lauren, being a kitchen witch, is a very magical process, and the outcomes are fantastic if you can cook. I really love essential oils. I am an essential oilist, okay? An aromatherapist. I love aromatherapy. I use a lot of essential oils in my magic, a lot of essential oils. So I use plants, but I use a lot of essential oils too. I make a lot of spiritual baths. Matter of fact, I'm supposed to make a spiritual bath tomorrow. But I don't know what I'm going to make because I haven't determined yet. I'm making a bath for Yemoja, who is an Orisha. She's a river goddess, African river goddess. In the diaspora, she's considered the mother of the ocean. She rules the surfaces of the ocean in like Lukumi. But I'm supposed to make a Yemoja bath. And I want to put seaweed in it. I was thinking about putting blue-green algae or chlorella. Obviously, it's going to have salt in it. I'm going to put camphor in it. I mean, it's going to have like some astringent smelling herbs. Like, it's probably going to have rosemary and sage, or it might have tea tree, or it might have eucalyptus, but it's definitely going to be a potent bath. It's a cleansing bath. And it's definitely going to stink. I know it's going to stink. It's not going to smell good. It's going to smell, for me, I like my spiritual baths to be very medicinal. Oh my God, Lauren, that's crazy. Nicole, that's funny. Litha oil? I really would like to make a whole bunch of different oils and sell them on my website. I really enjoy making products. I mean, I never sell any products. Nobody buys my shit. But I really enjoy making products. And yeah, I need a mortar actually, and I have one. It's just at the, I pay for a storage unit. I pay for a storage unit because I can't fit all my shit into my condo. So I have a wood mortar. I need that. In Africa, when they were making the spiritual baths in the Omiero, if you don't know what that is, it's a kind of, it's a special liquid. It's a special formulation liquid that's used for cleaning things off, okay, in Orisha. They had these big ass mortars, and the Ianifers were holding on to these huge sticks, and they were literally, they were pounding the herbs like this, huge, this big. And there are three Ianifas, three huge mortars, three huge sticks, pulverizing all these herbs. It was crazy. And I was like, I'm thinking about my spiritual bath that I make, you know, where I'm like grinding up a little bit of herb. Well, if you sell catfish, tell us what your website address is, or tell us the name of your business, or let us follow you on TikTok. Give us your username. If you sell any magical, excuse me, if you sell any magical products, tell us. I buy this liquid African black soap, and then I spruce it with essential oils. I spruce it with camphor, sage, rosemary. Sage and rosemary go great with one another, and I don't mean white sage. I mean green sage, garden sage. You can buy white sage essential oil. I don't buy it. I just buy straight up regular green sage. So, garden sage, clary sage. You have to be careful with clary sage though, because it does affect menstrual cycles, and it can be contraindicative for women who are pregnant. They could end up having a miscarriage. You got to know your contraindications for your herbs, witch bitches. Bewitched Botanicas. I'm going to screenshot my phone so I can follow you on Instagram. I'm never on Instagram, but I'll follow you. I literally haven't posted on my Instagram account in like a year or longer. Helichrysum oil. Damn, that shit's expensive. Helichrysum is like, that is like, you're talking top shelf aromatherapy right there. Where do you get it? I got it from Eden's Gardens. I use Eden, oh my God, let me get my leg up on this chair. I use Eden's Gardens for my essential oil supplier. They have everything. Matter of fact, I haven't seen helichrysum oil anywhere else. Yeah, well, I mean, and the thing about like the white sage is like, people who are upset about seeing people use it, they don't realize for about 20 or 30 years it's what we were trained to use. We were supposed to smudge our space with sage. It was like the standard, you know. That's nobody ever talked about it being bad. No one ever talked about it as being appropriative, because people are stupid. And not only are they stupid, but we didn't have the education. We didn't understand what we were using back then. We just used it because it was there. And I've never used white sage. I've always used cedar. I've always used incense. I clean my space with incense, with dragon's blood, cedar wood, pine, fir needle, incense. And smudge is, you can use the word smudge. It's an English word, okay? I don't know where that fucking woke-ass bullshit came from on TikTok. Smudge is an English word. It is not an indigenous word. You can use the word smudge. At no point in time ever did any Native American in this country ever use the word smudge when they were talking about doing smoke cleansing or fumigation practices, ever. When English witches, people who practice the cunning craft, and Wiccans came over from Europe and saw indigenous people burning white sage or using burning plants to clean space, they said, oh, look at that, they're smudging. It was what we said over, I say what we said, it was what white people used to refer to cleansing spiritually in Europe. And when they saw indigenous or Native American people doing it, they said, oh, they're smudging. And so that's where you get the word smudge from. But you can smudge with cedar, you can smudge with pine, you can smudge with Nag Champa, dragon's blood. Clary sage helps with labor when one's overdue. Rub it on the bottom of one's feet every 30 minutes. Wow, Ghoulie Ghoul. Damn, that's true. It's true. Yes, tobacco. Well, tobacco is more like an offering. The spirits, like indigenous spirits to the Americas, it's a tobacco. Why can't I talk today? I'm literally not inebriated or high in any kind of way. I just really can't fucking talk. Tobacco is the most sacred plant of the Americas, and most indigenous people will smoke it as part of ceremony, or they'll use it as an offering, because we put out cigars for our spirits in Santeria, Voodoo, Sanse, Espiritismo. We will, when mediums get mounted in misas or spiritual masses, seances, they will smoke cigars. Sometimes when a spirit comes into possession, into a medium, they will want a cigar to smoke. So the tobacco is really not used for cleaning, although you can burn a little bit of tobacco if you want to. It depends on the people also. I think everyone's grandmother did that. I think everybody's grandmother did that. So, sorry. Copal. Copal was used by the Tainos. If you want to honor the indigenous Tainos, you burn copal for them. You put out water, candles, and you sit and you smoke a cigar, like a Cuban cigar. But that's ancestral, so I don't recommend anybody try to approach Taino spirits without having some kind of genetic connection to them, okay? Because that is an ancestral thing. So what the Tainos used to do is they would do a special ritual in which they would smoke tobacco with a particular plant that basically is DMT, and they would go into trance. The Tainos would go into magical trance using herbs. Excuse me. People don't understand that witches were herbalists. And people get so motherfucking mad at me for saying witchcraft was herbalism for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. You know, at a time where nobody was clean and nobody washed in Europe when disease was rampant, there were herbalists that were using remedies like garlic and ginger and other plants in order to heal people. They did that in all indigenous cultures. And witches were also feared because they had the ability to kill people. If you had a husband that you wanted gone, you know, and they were like, had a heart condition, or you could tell that they had a heart condition, all you have to do is give that motherfucker some licorice every single day and keep upping the dosage until they have a massive heart attack. Because licorice will raise your blood pressure if you've got high blood pressure, and it can give you a... So, I mean, witches knew these things. Witches knew the power of medicinal and magical and poisonous plants. It's the whole foundation of my motherfucking book, Brujo Ryan's book of medicinal and magical herbalism with astrological and crystal correspondences. It's a work of art. It's my legacy. That's my motherfucking legacy. And thanks to Witch in Kitchen for being a contributor and also helping me edit it. Witchcraft has always been about making shit. So I'm going to say something unpopular, and I get taken down on TikTok for saying this all the time. Only people that cast spells are witches. Taking a statue of Hecate, or taking a statue of any god, Apollo, or any deity, and putting it on an altar, and giving it wine, and lighting candles for it, and putting out a stick of incense, and praying to it, that's paganism. That's neo-paganism. It is not witchcraft. Witchcraft is spell casting, and in order to be a good spellcaster, you have to know herbs. You have to know the magical and medicinal properties of herbs. That's what witchcraft is. So witches have always been problematic in society because, one, they usually communicated with spirits of the dead, okay? So they were considered necromancers. And then on the other hand, they were herbalists. And they specialized in healing people, getting your husband an erection, okay? They knew the herbs to give a man to get him hard. They knew how to alleviate menstrual cramps. So fertility magic, that was fertility magic. Yo, come on, motherfuckers. Get on the page with me over here. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that was fertility magic. Fertility magic was my husband doesn't want to do it anymore and I want a kid. Well, give him this tea. Make him take these herbs. Use these supplements. And he'll be up and ready to go in no time. Horny goat weed, maca powder, all of that shit. That's all witchcraft. So modern day herbalists today are the aromatherapists today are the descendants of people that kept these mysteries alive, these plant mysteries alive. It's in voodoo. They do this in Cuba, they do this in Haiti. They have the powder, the concoction, you know, that they make, which is neurotoxin that they use to turn people into zombies. How do you think voodooists turn people into zombies? They do it because of a special powder that they make, which is neurotoxic. So it's herbs, it's plants, it's blowfish, it's a lot of things. I'm sorry, everybody. I think I'm keeping up with everyone's comments. Thanks, Fish. You know, when I was a kid and going to high school, there was a girl that went to school with us, and we called her Fish. Her name was Fish. We called her Fish, and the reason why she was called Fish was because she looked like a fish. She had big eyes. I mean, she was a cute girl, but people said she looked like a fish, and like not even in a negative way. Like it wasn't like you're ugly, but everyone called her Fish. Yeah, witchcraft always works. Let me tell you something else. Over there in Africa, a lot of Africans will go to church or they'll go to mosque because a lot of West Africans have converted to Christianity and Islam. You know, the traditional practitioners make up about 15 to 16% of the denominations, like in Nigeria. So, like 20% or less people practice some form of indigenous religion. So the people will go to church on Sunday, but if they have a problem, they'll go to the herbalist, they'll go to the Babalao, or they'll go to the Ianifa, or whoever it is. And it's also interesting that in Africa, if you're a Babalao, you have to register as an herbalist with the state, or with the country. So the technical term for a Babalao in Nigeria is herbalist. It's traditional medicine, but it's still herbalism. Angel's trumpet. Angel's trumpet are so beautiful. I love angel trumpet. It's such a beautiful plant. Malia, that is a really great question. Foxglove is one of those toxic plants that did not make it into the book because of how toxic it is. Hey, dog. Hold on a second. Okay. Hey, if anybody wants to help me out, any mercurial plants will help with communication. So plants and herbal astrology, Malia, I'm going to answer your question, but I work with herbal astrology, and in herbal astrology, we believe that every plant has some sympathies with planetary forces. Mercury is the planet associated with communication, language. So any plant that is associated with the planet Mercury, you already know can be used in communication spells. That's why herbal astrology is importante. Most witches today, they just put herbs in shit because they know what it does, but they don't even think about the astrological correspondences to it. And a good way of remembering a good way of remembering how to be a good witch is if you know the planetary association with the plant, then when somebody says, what is an herb that can be used for communication, you can say any plant that is associated with the planet Mercury. And if you had my book on Kindle, you could open up my book on medicinal herbs right now and type in Mercury, and you would find out all the herbs that are associated with the planet Mercury. Malia, the number one thing, and I'm going to answer your question too, dog, just hold on. Oh, I did answer your question. What are some things a practitioner can and cannot do that would cause a spell not to hit? Well, the first thing is, if somebody comes to you, like your girlfriend, and says, I can't stand my boyfriend, I want him out of my life, so you do spell casting on their behalf, and then they turn around and text him, okay, so when you cast a spell, you literally have to have an intention. And if the intention is true, then you have a high chance that the spell will work. Or you also want to cast spells on things that are probable. Magic helps boost already probable circumstances into manifestation. Trying to manifest $1 million is really, really hard. But if you can manifest a raise, that's more practical. So magic isn't Harry Potter. Magic literally is the movement of energy. Do you understand? So the first thing a person can do to fuck up their spells is fuck with the energy. Once you light that motherfucking candle and you put it on your fucking altar and you cast that spell and you start that spell, you're off to the races. And once you light that candle and you walk away from it, you leave it alone and you let it burn until it's all the way done. I don't care if it's a spell candle that's made a glass candle like a Botanica candle, or whether or not it's a pillar candle or even a tea light. You light the candle, you set your intention, you walk away, and then you leave it alone. Going back fucks with it. Dog, buy my book. It's the best $24.99. The price is $24.99. It's the best $25 you'll ever spend in your life when it comes to working with herbs and witchcraft. It is thorough. It is thorough. Let me tell you, it's a 1,200-page motherfucking book. I am proud of that motherfucking book. I'm not proud of a lot of things I've done in my life, but I'm proud of that book. I'm not proud of a lot of things that I've done, but I'm very proud of that. Astrology is very important. One of the problems with traditional witches, and even Wiccans, okay? Wicca, most witches, or it used to be, oh, God, thank you, Jackie. Most witches used to pay attention to the seasons, the cycles of the moon, and astrology, okay, with the good old Farmer's Almanac. You know, the magical companion in the past was the Farmer's Almanac. That was a magical companion to the several generations before me, okay? People were still using the Farmer's Almanac to practice their witchcraft when I came along. And still do. Old school witches use Farmer's Almanacs to decide when they're going to cast their spells. So timing is very important. Timing is just as important as what you use. Because let me give you an example, okay? Here's an example. If I wanted to bake a cake, I couldn't just put however much flour I want with however many eggs I want into a pan of any shape made out of any material and turn on the oven to any time I feel is the right time to set it to, and then put the cake in and let it sit there for however long I feel that it will take for the cake to bake. If you don't know the time and the temperature to cook it at, and you don't have the right ingredients, and you don't use the right proportions, you're not going to get a cake. You're going to get a piece of shit. You're going to get whatever you get. How about that? You're going to get whatever you get. And it's the same thing in magic. It's the same thing in witchcraft. Witchcraft is an art and a science. Witchcraft is an art and a science, okay? We study these things and then we craft a spell. It's pretty. Some people's spells are pretty, some people's spells are ugly. I don't care about the way my shit looks. My shit's ugly as fuck. But I know what I'm going to use and I know when I'm going to use it. And doing that makes your spells more powerful. If you don't understand how to use astrology and magic, you're really, you are not fully able to manifest everything that you want, because this is a science. See, isn't that amazing, Ghoulie? Thank you, Crystal. It used to allow me to pin, oh, I'm going to pin that message. Yes. But, you know, it's like the nakshatras. The nakshatras are the lunar mansions because the moon changes signs about every 3 days. There's 28 constellations, okay, or lunar mansions. And the moon cycles through all of those 28 mansions every single month. So yes, you have a full moon. Yes, you have the waxing and waning moon. We all know full moon energy. We all know dark moon energy. We know that. But it's deeper than that. There are 28 lunar mansions, and every single one of those lunar mansions has a particular kind of energy that's either going to boost your spell or not. So let's say that I want to do some love magic. Well, if I'm doing my love magic with the moon at a time in which love magic is not the energy coming down from the celestial powers, you're swimming upstream against a particular kind of energetic current. This is what true magic is all about. This is old school magic. This is old school magic. So like you wait until the moon comes into a mansion, a lunar mansion, that is going to assist, okay? It's going to drive that spell forward, okay? So a lot of people don't know that. The magic that you're practicing might not be in harmony with what's going on in the universe at that time. You understand? I'm not even lying, Wandering Ghoul. I'm not lying. I'm serious as hell. It's a thing. It really is. And I wish people could understand that. It's no fucking joke. And you can find out what spiritual timings are good for each nakshatra in my book, Brujo, Grimoire of a Puerto Rican Witch. All of this stuff is in my books. All this shit's in my book. This is what me and my mentees do in my mentorship program. For one thing, we talk a lot of shit most of the time in our group meetings. It's more like a witch's support group. It's a witch's support group. But talking about the proper herbs and the proper timing is important when you're talking about spell casting. It's the same thing if somebody was going to go out fishing. It's the same thing if you raise cattle and animals, if you grow plants, if you have a garden. Everything has its time and its season. I'm so happy that I'm a witch. And I'm so happy that I haven't quit practicing witchcraft. No one's ever gonna I'm never gonna not be a witch. I'm ready to give anybody a reading that wants one. I've got my tarot cards right here. I'm all right. If anybody wants a reading tonight from me, it's $20 for 20 minutes. And you can Cash App me or Venmo me 20 bucks. And I will do that. What I am going to do is, if you do want a reading, I need to get my other phone. Okay, so Crystal, would you put my information in there for me? And let me get my other phone, because that's a phone that I accept money and time shit on. I'm here for the long haul tonight. I slept today. I had a nap. Let me move my computer. I got my oracle cards too, because I'm feeling extra tonight. And if I do readings, then I'll also pull an oracle card. Hold on, people. Let me get my act together. You forget who you're dealing with. I struggle. Okay, no one, I don't have any, no one has sent me any money yet. So, if you sent me money, make sure that you send it to Brujo Ryan, BRUJO RYAN. You're good. I just wanted to say, don't send it to the wrong person. Oh, I got Danielle. You okay? So I'm going to start shuffling up Danielle's cards. Am I in the mood for this? I am. I want to give praise, honor, and glory to Oludumare, who is the owner of all possible outcomes, and the owner of the pot that's never exhausted. And I want to give praise, honor, and glory to the Arunmile, that's the primordial celestial forces, that my Egbe, my spiritual court, the Egungun, the ancestors, to my mother Oshun, the leader of the Ajay Iyami, the primordial mothers, to all the spirits that walk with me, for Eshu for opening the road, I always thank my spirits when I'm getting ready to start. This is a spiritualist reading. It's spiritual. Orchestral performances. Well, I mean, my favorite opera is Turandot. Turandot sends shivers up my spine. I also like Yo-Yo Ma, the Asian guy who is a he's not a violinist. He plays a cello. He's a cellist. I love him. Very, very good for practicing mellow witchcraft. Sarah Brightman is a great artist. Inya is a great artist. I mean, yeah, Inya and Sarah Brightman are really great if you're like doing Wicca and Celtic shit. Who's my favorite artist? My favorite artist of all time will always be Prince, and it will never be anyone else. And today is his birthday, I believe. But I love 80s music. Any kind of 80s music. I love nostalgia. Especially 80s nostalgia. Because the 80s were such a fucked up decade. The 80s were fucked up, yo. You know? And you look at people, Generation X. And you look at Generation X and you wonder, what the hell is wrong with you? Why can't you get off your ass? We're so unmotivated because we all saw The Breakfast Club. I tell you though, music gets the ancestors going. When I feel like I want to call those like Celtic ancestors or those Indo-European ancestors and like the Norse, I've got to play like Marilyn Manson or Rob Zombie or Korn or some other really, really heavy on the metal, heavy on the guitar music. Because guitar music, it really is a fucking white ass thing. You know? You want to invoke Thor with that heavy metal, you know? Roxy Music. Okay, so it takes me a long time to get ready. I just shuffled up my Oracle cards. Now I've got to shuffle up my 2 decks of tarot cards. I use a lot of cards when I do readings. And I'm never in a hurry to do anything, so... I love Hall & Oates. Love Hall & Oates. I think even though Prince is like my favorite artist of all time, I think my favorite song of all time is Private Eyes. Private eyes are watching you. They're watching your every move. Private eyes are watching you. Private eyes are watching you, watching you, watching you. Typo negative. Okay. Danielle, make sure you screen record me if you can, or take notes or whatever. Okay? Because whatever, is this the first time I'm reading you, Danielle? I don't even know. I love Don Henley. A Ghoulie Ghoul. I will read you next. I'm gonna start a 20-minute reading right now, like within a minute, for Danielle. I'm gonna start her reading right now. She's a first timer. Okay, I'm popping her live psychic reading cherry right now, and then I can take you. Just put in, you know, the description in Cash App or Venmo for Ghoulie Ghoul. Okay, Danielle, I'm starting your time. And let's go ahead and see what kind of cards are coming out for you. I just want to say something about my live reading is when I'm doing a live reading, I'm only paying attention to the person that I'm talking to, but you guys are free to talk as much as you want. It's not going to bother me. The other thing is my cards have very specific meanings. There's very, very specific meanings and interpretations for every single one of my cards. So you might hear me say, this card means this, and I might say that to more than one person. But the thing is that all of the cards, I use 2 decks of tarot cards and 1 pack of oracle cards, and all those combinations of cards are unique to the person who's getting read. Okay, so Danielle, you got a lot of stuff going on, okay? Whether or not these things are happening in your life now, or we're projecting, let's say, for the next 3 months, I always tell all of my clients to pay attention to the reading, and then I tell them to pay attention to what happens over the next 3 months, because it could take about 3 months for things to manifest, okay? Usually spiritualist readings using tarot cards and oracle cards are short-term kind of readings. You need to learn to accept your gifts. Spirit says that you don't trust yourself. Spirit says that you have potential. Spirit says that you're a highly resilient person, that whoever it is that you are can take a licking and keep on ticking. So you're durable. You have a lot of spiritual buoyancy to you. I don't know if you're a practicing witch right now, or if you want to practice witchcraft, or you don't know anything about spirituality. I'm here to help. But in one of the oracle cards that you pulled is accept your gifts. This is the Earthcraft Oracle, and it has some of the most beautiful images in it. It's watercolor and it's got vibrant images. Spirit is telling you that you need to accept your gifts, that you don't need to be afraid of them, and you need to fine-tune them. Spirit is saying that you have ancestors, and your ancestors love you very, very much. You pulled the 10 of coins, and whenever somebody pulls the 10 of coins, it tells me that their ancestors are very pleased with them, and your ancestors are trying to bring you money, they're trying to bring you wealth, they're trying to bring you abundance. And you might be wanting to hear that because you're either experiencing financial problems at this time, or you might be experiencing a little bit of a bumpy road over the next 3 months. You have to be very, very, very cautious with your money. Don't spend any money. Don't buy a house. Don't buy a car. Don't buy shit on Amazon that you don't need. If somebody asks you if they can borrow money, tell them that you're tight right now. Okay, you need to pay attention to your finances. You might be a millionaire, but if you do investing in some kind of way, or you trade, you know, don't make any plans to make any big moves on stocks. You understand? What the message that Spirit is giving you is save your money, you need your resources, okay? The spiritual world says look, if that fridge is still running, if the fridge is still running, wait until Christmas. Give it 6 months. If you can still get life out of the motherfucking thing for a couple of months, at least for the next 4 or 5 months, that would be ideal. That's my personal opinion, okay? You know, it sucks. But there's going to be a lot of abundance coming into your life. Spirit says that you need to be careful that you don't allow other people to drag you into the middle of their drama and their bullshit. You pulled the 5 of Wands. And whenever somebody pulls the 5 of Wands, that talks about conflict, and it talks about conflict between you and more than one person. So at least 2 people or more. It could be your mother and your sister, or it could be your in-laws and you and your husband, or whatever. But it talks about not allowing anybody to drag you into the middle of drama. That drama is bad. Stay out of it. Stay out of it. Is she out of the house? Is she moved out? Or is she still in the house? She's moved out of the house. Well, I'm going to give you a what for, okay? And here's the what for. Here's the what for, okay? Her life is none of your motherfucking business. Stay out of it. Her life and the way she chooses to live it now, she's a grown-ass woman. She can make her own motherfucking mistakes. Because nothing you say or do is going to change that she has some kind of intention and she's going to do it. You will always be her mother, but you can't control your kids. I have friends that are going through it right now with their kids, adult kids. Yo, it is not your motherfucking problem. You raise the kids you best you can. You put them out into the world. They go out into the world. You can't control them, whether they choose to drop out of college or get into a bad relationship or take up some kind of addiction. These are things that you don't have control over. It's their path. Stop trying to interfere with her path. Let her figure it out for herself. And I know that sounds really harsh, but most people that are attracted to me as a psychic medium tend to be either codependent or empaths. I attract a lot of empaths. Can't tell you how many women I tell on a daily basis that they need to worry about themselves and stop worrying about their kids. You need to pay attention to yourself. She'll learn her own motherfucking lesson. I mean, you can make a suggestion or you can say something, but you can't let it bother you. And if she gets mad about it, she gets mad about it. So let me keep going here because I don't want to lose out. Stay out of conflict. Spirit is telling you to stay out of conflict. Okay? Spirit is telling you to focus on your work. Focus on what you want to achieve in life. You pulled the Ten of Wands. And this particular Ten of Wands is different from my other Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands in the other deck shows someone who's holding wands on their back and they're carrying the wands all bent over as if the load of the wands is heavy on their back. This particular Ten of Wands shows someone who's clutching the wands and looking forward past the wands. The interpretation that I give this particular card is whatever it is that you've got that you're working on, hold on to it and keep looking forward. Keep moving in the direction that you want to go. Plow forward with whatever those plans are. Spirit is talking about you being sad or depressed or having some kind of feeling trapped maybe in a situation. It's also talking about ills of the heart. It could be like heartbreak or past traumas coming up. So the message from the spiritual world right now is that you have to be kind to yourself. You have to be delicate with yourself. You have to honor your feelings. You need to feed your inner child. And if you feel really, really bad, you should definitely talk to a therapist about it or a psychiatrist. If you feel like you're clinically depressed, you might need medication to make you feel better. But, you know, unhealed trauma, unresolved issues, or being around people that continue to trigger that trauma. Like, I don't think people understand that most of us are walking around traumatized, okay? It's traumatizing. Being born is traumatized. I mean, first you're traumatized by coming out of your mother's womb and being in this environment, okay? And then if you're a little boy, you look forward to the doctor coming back a day later and chopping off the tip of your penis. Welcome to the world, kid. So what I'm trying to say is, everyone experiences trauma, right? Yeah, we need to get you out of survival mode and we need to get you from being a survivor into being a thriver. You need to thrive. And I'm going to tell you why. What you need to do really is you need to, hold on, let me look at your cards real quick. Yeah, you got serious warnings about your financial situation because you pulled that Five of Pentacles, you pulled it twice. Let me clean up your cards. I'm getting a lot of mixed messages around money and you. What's going on with your money? Can I ask? Like, do you work? What do you do for work? Because there's a lot of the cards have to do situationally with finances, but with you spiritually, it has to do with you not allowing yourself to get depressed and become immobile. Adam said, damn, you broke. You're not worried at all? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Good, good, good. Then I don't have to worry about continuing to go back on that. Spirit talks about you gaining a new skill, that it's important for you to pay attention. There might be some kind of skill that you want to develop, or some kind of certificate that you want to get, or certification that you want to get, or something that you want to learn, potentially go back to school. But whenever someone pulls the Eight of Pentacles, it talks about learning and education, study, whatever. Hey, Vanessa. You pulled the Chariot card, and the Chariot card is a beautiful card. It talks about you as a person. It's talking about that you have a lovely balance between yin and yang, light and shadow, masculine and feminine, destructive and creative forces, that you have a lot of balance, that internally your core is balanced. So you don't want to upset that core, okay? You don't want to upset your balance. Maintaining your equilibrium is your #1 mission in life. But can I ask you, what do you do? What do you practice? You're in mortuary school. Oh my God. So you're learning how to embalm bodies, and you're learning how to like do the faces and make sure that the dead look decent when they're going out to for viewings and things like that. Hey, Tina. Oh my God. Okay, so after I finish your reading, let me go. I need to talk to you about the dead thing and me dying and like my burial and everything. So don't let me forget to tell y'all about how I'm gonna die and what they're gonna do with me. That's beautiful. So that's confirmation. Spirit is very, very happy about that. Now, you have spirits that walk with you in your spiritual court. We call them your spiritual court. I don't know if you do any kind of ancestor veneration or ancestral work or ancestral practices. There's a great book by a woman named Patty Wigington called Badass Ancestors. It's a very small book, but it can get you on the path of ancestor veneration or working with ancestors. I'm going to tell you that I think it's very important that you do so. And you can do that by quite simply putting out a glass of water and a white candle and some pictures of dead loved ones or things that remind you of dead loved ones in some place in your home that's going to act as a shrine, okay, for your dead. And the way we honor the dead in all traditional cultures, okay, is with food and drink offerings. Mondays are usually the day for the dead for me. So on Mondays, I always say my prayers and I put out offerings and salute my ancestor altar. Some people do it on Sundays, but you can like put out a hot cup of coffee for them, or like a glass of wine, or if you know that your grandfather used to smoke cigars, you know, give him a new cigar. So we honor the dead, venerate the dead by giving them a place in our home, letting them know that we want them around, and putting out food and drink offerings for them. It's a great book, right? It's really fucking great. Okay, so in my tradition, and this is going to be offensive to some, but in Espiritismo, we have gypsies, gypsy spirits, Romani people. And I feel very strongly that there is a spirit of the dead that walks with you in your spiritual court or your spiritual frame that is Romani or comes from that area of the world. We call them gypsies, and I know gypsies are using the word gypsy is a politically incorrect term. I know that, but in Puerto Rican Spiritism and Espiritismo, we still call them that. So, do you know anything about your ancestry? Do you have any ancestors that go back to Eastern Europe, Bulgaria, Romania, the Baltic area. If you don't, it's okay. Well, just take what I said and take it with a grain of salt, okay? Because the only thing I can do as a psychic medium is try to determine the kind of energies that are around you, what kind of energy consciousness is around you. You don't know why that energy is there, but it's there. It serves some kind of purpose for being there. It could be something inherited. Have you done your Ancestry DNA? 23andMe, Ancestry.com. Have you done your DNA to find out where your people come from? Because if you have not, you must. If you don't have a connection to your birth mother and father, you don't have to worry about reaching out to them. You don't have to go looking for them. Let me tell you, it is crucially important for people on the spiritual path to have some kind of understanding of their heritage, their cultural heritage. So I would pay that $99 or that $75 when it's on sale to get that not birth chart, I do birth charts, to do the 23andMe or the Ancestry.com and find out where your people come from. Okay, that gives you the opportunity to research and learn about those areas. It tells you about your ancestors. And that's important. It really does make you feel good when you're able to open your phone and look at the map of the world and see all of the different areas that your ancestors come from. It's a lovely feeling. Okay, final message. You also have a spirit in your court that is a male magician. So I don't know what kind of magic you practice, if you practice magic at all, but you have some kind of mage. We'll just call him a mage or magician that walks with you. Look at that. Nicole just said it's on sale. They run sales on these things all the time. You definitely need to do it. Okay. Well, those are all the messages I have for you. I hope you liked it. I hope you liked the reading. I hope I gave you enough stuff to work on. Do you have any questions? I really love it. I love doing readings for people. Tell you what else I like to do. I love doing birth charts. So if you haven't had your birth chart done, your astrology chart done, I do those. And I make a really, really nice chart for people. It's very extensive. It's very educational. It teaches you a lot about astrology, and it tells you a lot about... Oh, Jesus Christ. That always fucking scares me. If you want me to read your birth chart for you, go to my profile, click on the link, click on get your birth chart read, and pay me to read your birth chart. It's worth it. Hey, Ghoulie Ghoul. Hey, Robin. I got you. I got you, Robin. Thank you for getting a reading. Is it okay if I do Ghoulie Ghoul first? Because she is... and I got somebody else over here. Nicole. Is it okay if I do Ghoulie Ghoul? Thank you, Tina. I appreciate that. I just did Tina's. It is worth it. I got my whole genome sequenced. Ghoulie Ghoul, I'm going to read you now, because I know you're going to bed. And I don't particularly think that Robin is in a hurry. All right, let's see what's going on. I need to take you with me everywhere I go, Crystal, so that you can do my advertising for me. I'm so bad at advertising my shit. I'm not very good at promoting myself. But then again, if you don't tell people you work, nobody's going to pay you for anything. Yeah, I'm not worried about ChatGPT or generative AI taking my job, not at all. AI is not going to be able to read your cards like a psychic medium can read your cards for you. AI is not going to be able to put you on a massage table and rub your butt. Generative AI actually can't even do your birth chart. I asked ChatGPT 4, give me a birth chart interpretation for someone who was born July 1970, 10 a.m., blah, blah, blah. And ChatGPT told me that it wouldn't do it because, for one, it didn't have the ability to calculate it. And number two, astrology is highly interpretive, and that it didn't have the ability to interpret the messages properly. And I said, God damn, that's good. Well, I guess I'm not worried about ChatGPT taking away my job right now. I'm sure it will eventually. But I think there's some things that people will never want AI to do. There's just some things AI will never be able to do. There's just some things AI will never be able to do. However, I love technology. I love technology. I use technology. I'm going to tell you what, if anybody's going to be mad about AI technology, it's going to be people that are in graphic design, people that went to school to do design work and graphic arts. Because these AI generators that generate images for people, like if I say, generate an image of a pineapple, and it generates an image of a pineapple for me, I would be mad if I went to school and I got like a degree in design. Because I tell you what, I just published a book with what? It has over 1,200 pages. It's a 1,200 page book. It's got something like 250 herbs in it or 230 herbs in it. I had to have a picture for every single one of those herbs. And the thing that inspired me to do the book was that I could generate the pictures for herbs, finally. There ain't no way I was ever going to be able to afford to pay a graphic designer to design herbs. I wouldn't be able to afford that. And I'm so sorry about that, Wandering Ghoul. I'm really sorry about it. I know it's terrible. But I mean, I couldn't afford to pay somebody to do it. I wouldn't be able to publish my book on herbs if I didn't have pictures of herbs in it. Yay! Thank you, Tina. That would be most helpful. You missed MySpace. I had MySpace, but I never really used it. I've always been on Facebook. I got off Facebook for a while, and then I got on TikTok, and then I ended up on Facebook again. I always post stupidest shit on Facebook. I'm a totally different person when I'm on Facebook than if I'm on TikTok, because my shit is just stupid. I told everybody at the beginning of the month, it's Pride Month, everybody, and if you don't like gay shit, then unfriend me now. Because your feed is about to get a lot queerer. You're going to be seeing a lot more naked-ass men. Okay, here we go, Ghoulie Ghoul. I know I read you before, but let's do a check-in. You have a grandfather spirit that's around you. You've got multiple grandfathers stepping forward for you in this reading. You got some really strong messages coming out too. Okay. So, let me start by giving you the best news possible, okay? The two best cards I can pull for someone in a reading is either the Ten of Cups or the Ten of Coins. You pull the Ten of Cups. And the Ten of Cups talks about your spiritual court or your spiritual constellation, your egg bay, whatever you want to call it, your spiritual companions, the people that walk with you in the spiritual realm, our invisible friends. So your invisible friends love you very much and they care about you very much. That is a card that says that your spiritual court is trying to help you. You're getting a you pulled the tower card, and that was the first card I pulled. The Tower card is trying to warn you that if you don't change course, there's something in your life right now that you're doing that if you don't take a step back and stop and evaluate it, that it's going to lead you down a path that's going to create some kind of problem for you. And this involves other people. You pulled the Five of Wands. You pulled the Five of Wands twice. So that talks about a situation that is dealing with more than one person. Are you having problems with your job? Are you having problems with like family members? Because you need to make sure that you avoid any kind of conflict with people right now. And if that conflict is not happening right now, over the next couple of months, make sure that you don't get dragged into the middle of it. Family, your mother. Is it your mother? Sorry, my hair. You got to be really careful with that. Does it have to do? Oh my God, you're not gonna believe this. I was just about to ask you if it had to do with drug and alcohol, or some kind of substance abuse related issue. I was just about to ask you if it was substance related. That was what came through my mind, but you had already typed it in the chat. Okay, I want to give you some. Can I give you some advice? I'm going to give you some advice, and this is advice to anybody, not just you. Anybody and everybody who is interacting with an active alcoholic or an active drug user. You need to get the fuck out of it. You need to get the fuck out of it. If she's relapsed and she's gone back into that place, you don't need to deal with her. You just need to say, hey, I can't ride with you on this one. I see that you're sad. I see that you're dealing with some heartbreak. You know, you pull the Five of Cups. So it might be that you're feeling some kind of way about this. You know, there's some sadness. There's some sadness there. But people, I'm an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic. I've dealt with substance abuse my entire life. I smoked for a very long time. I've dealt with substances my entire life, and they will kill you. They will kill you. Does she live in your house with you? Yeah, that's massive PTSD. You're being re-traumatized. It's triggering for you. Okay, so you know what I'm going to tell you, right? What I'm going to tell you is that you need to sit down with your journal, okay, with a pen and paper, and you need to write down your boundaries, okay? Because she's gone and relapsed. Now you need to go back and you need to change your boundaries with her. You need to reinforce old boundaries or create new boundaries. Really think about how you're going to interact with this person to shield yourself from all of the negative repercussions that are going to come from this person relapsing. Because it's not going to end well. It never does. She might be able to sustain the relapse for a while, but you know eventually it's going to come crashing down again, because that's what happens with drunks and people that do drugs. I know this because I'm an alcoholic and I was an alcoholic for 30 fucking years. Okay. I'm going to keep going with the messages, okay? But that's important. The next thing that's coming through for you is, I don't know if you're trying to get pregnant or if you want to get pregnant, but you pulled my fertility card, which is the Ace of Wands. That fertility card says that it's potential that you could get pregnant. No, because you can only try to pick somebody up so many times and then they drag you down into the mire with them. I mean, man, when I woke up in that hospital bed after I almost died the last time from alcoholism, and I was like in a coma for a couple of days, and I got sexually assaulted in the hospital and never told anybody about it. When I was laying there in bed, staring up at the sky with nobody to visit me, and I'm all by myself, I just thought to myself, God, how embarrassing it would be if I died. How embarrassing that would be if I died in the hospital from alcoholism. Man, what a horrible way to go. What a shameful way to go. Well, if you don't want to have a baby unexpectedly, make sure that you use contraceptives. That's the whole point of the fertility card. All right, next thing that's going down is Spirit says that there's somebody from your past that might be making a reappearance. So you need to pay attention for like I said, the next month or two, that somebody from your childhood or a friend, it could even potentially be an old lover or an ex-lover, might wander back into your life. So there's going to be some kind of repeat on a relationship, and you have to determine whether or not you want to interact with that person or not. And adoption is a wonderful choice. So I love this card that I pulled for you in the Earthcraft Oracle, and it's the Birch card. Okay, Father Birch. And I'm going to tell you what this means. This is a spiritual card. So the first thing it means is you have a connection to the Green Man. Who's the Green Man? The Green Man is the god of the forest. Okay? There's the Green Man and there's the Green Woman. Different from Gaia, which is the earth, the Green Woman is the spirit or entity or the divinity that rules over all the flowers, all the produce, food, okay? The female force of nature is agricultural, okay? She's, she brings us those domesticated things. On the other hand, you have the Green Man, and the Green Man represents nature in its raw form, in its wild force, okay? You need to go down to the woods. You need to find trails. You need to be out in nature. You need to find a cemetery like I found that has beautiful trees in it and go out into nature and be a part of that, okay? You got a lot, that forest energy, that's what that is. So you have a very strong connection with that. And trees. So from a magical perspective, I'm going to tell you, you should really pay attention to trees. I'm going to write a book about tree and flower magic. I wrote the book about herbs and essential oils. I'm not going to write a book about food. I just not interested enough in food to write it. Although if Lauren wants to write one, I'll help her with it. But then, besides my Wicca book, the other witchcraft book that I'm going to be working on over the next year is going to be my flower and tree magic book. Hey, Lisa. Moving forward, you pulled the Seven of Cups. And the Seven of Cups is also a spiritual card. And what the Seven of Cups shows is that there's a woman that's looking at all of these cups with all of these different prizes in it, or options. And what Spirit is saying is that your spiritual path is very eclectic. You need to pay attention. There's lots of different ways you could go with this. Excuse me. There's lots of ways that you can go on your spiritual path. You have a lot of options, okay? It's a card about options. So keep your options open. You know, you might tend to be more of an eclectic witch, or a chaos witch, or a chaotic witch. Spirit is also talking about your holy guardian angel is very close to you. If you're interested in reading a good book about the holy guardian angel, there's a book called Holy Daimon, Daimon, and it's written by a guy named Frater Acher. That's a title, it's not really his name. Achar, Frater, Fratter. But that book talks about the holy guardian angel and its history in Egypt and Persia, in Greece. The holy guardian angel concept is a universal concept. It's in Hinduism. Obviously, it's in African religions. That every one of us comes to this planet with a guardian angel or a guardian spirit. And if you don't know who your guardian spirit is, there's ways on figuring that out, okay? But that spirit is very, very close to you. Your protective spirit. Or more adequately, your guardian angel is looking out over you right now. Spirit is saying that you need to be patient right now. Well, who do you feel like it is? Because let me tell you something. Whenever you pick up an image of God, okay, and you put it on an altar, you put it on a shrine, and you get on your knees and you pray to it, you're trying to pull out the energy that's inside yourself. You're trying to draw out, you're trying to pull out. You find resonance, you find sympathies with the entities that you feel attracted to worshiping. That's energy and energy consciousness. I am all about the horned God, all about the horned God. My father is the Orisha of fertility, the Orisha of dance, and the Orisha of thunder. Okay? Shango is my father. So that male, masculine, that, whatever that is, that energy walks with me in this life. So whatever image you choose, and that's divined upon, it's not just me making it up. Then you have a strong connection with the fairies. And if you have any Norse ancestors, then this, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Freyr rules over the realm of the elves in Scandinavian or Norse mythology. And then you have the Fae. So there might be something ancestral there. So let me tell you, you pull the death card, and the death card is not negative. The death card is not negative. The death card is a card that we use to represent spiritual renewal and rebirth. But I like to call it the composting card, spiritual composting. Whenever somebody pulls the death card in a reading, it usually means that now is a time for them to take out the garbage, do some spiritual composting. Take everything that you don't want anymore and everything that is rotten in your life and take it out and bury it. Okay, so you're going through, and sometimes I like to use the phrase swimming through peanut butter. When you've got the death card, it feels like you're swimming through peanut butter. Obviously, you're not going anywhere fast in peanut butter. So the death card feels like work. And the other thing that's not so great about the death card, and this is not bad, the death card is like when you take raw crystals and you put them in a machine and you tumble them to smooth them out. It's a smoothing out process. So the death card really is about like you're having spiritual growth, but it's happening over a prolonged period of time. It's a slow, sure ascent on your spiritual path. Wow, very exciting. That is awesome. That is awesome. Hey, Du Sanchez, hang on. I'm almost done with my reading. We can talk about that fuck shit in a minute. People call me a fraud because I'm fucking white. So people look at me and call me a fraud. So don't worry about it. People's opinion about you don't matter. Thank God. Let me tell you about some of these ancestral spirits coming through for you in this reading, Ghoulie Ghoul. You've got two grandfatherly-like spirits. And both of these men seem like they were in some kind of agricultural work. They seem like they were blue collar. They seemed like they worked in they look like they're farmers, to be honest with you. One comes from your mother's side and one comes from your father's side. And whichever side of the family has a darker complexion or darker hair, that particular grandfatherly spirit likes the color purple. The other grandfather spirit that's coming through tends to like the color red. The third grandfather spirit that's coming through for you had something to do with the sea and had something to do with sailing. Yeah, I know. That sucks when that happens. However, it's a nice thing to meditate on. You know, just when you think about it, you know, shut up. When it comes to working with ancestor spirits, you know, a meditation you can do is, well, that's really part of my new book. You can perform a ceremony. And it can be a Wiccan ceremony. It can have the structure of a Wiccan ceremony where you call the quarters, the 4 directions, and you cast a circle, and you do divination, and you do a meditation in the middle of your circle, where you actually sit and you ask for the spirit of your ancestors to be with you, to guide you, those highly elevated ancestors, or however you call your ancestors. If you want to call your most horrible, horrific, terrible, filthy, murderous ancestors, you can. I'm not going to tell you how you can call your ancestors, nor which ancestors to call, but whichever ancestors you're trying to get to show up. Ask them to give you visual images. Ask them to give you pictures in your head about what they look like, what they're like. And just allow the meditation to be open so that whatever comes through, okay? Anyway, I hope that helps. Wow. Where's this guy at? Hey, Sanchez. Let's talk about people calling each other frauds. The most common accusation one spiritual practitioner will hurl at another spiritual practitioner. Oh, really? It's not for you? Okay. Well, thank you. The most common attack any spiritual practitioner can put on another spiritual practitioner is accusing them of being a fraud. They're a fraud, or they're not doing that right. Okay, I hear it all the time. I've been a member of and around diasporic practices now for about 5 years. Haitian Voodoo, 21 divisions, Palo Mayombe, Santeria, Lukumi, Cuban Ifa, Isheshe, traditional Ifa. I run around and hang out with Hoodooists and root workers. Like, it's just so common that in the diaspora and even in Africa, everyone's always accusing everyone of being a fraud. You know, I understand that when you come to me as a psychic medium, you're asking me for my gifts. And I'm sharing my gifts with you. And we're all at different levels. We're all on different levels. We're all at a different stage of evolution. And when it comes to practices, not everyone practices the same way. There are different practices. You know, these spiritualities that are practiced over in Africa come from different tribes, different divinities. So the foundation of everything we do is called spiritism. And you have to work with the spirit. And if spirit is telling you to work with playing cards, and that's how you read cards, and that's how you read cards. And it's nobody's motherfucking business how you read people's cards. Because they're not the person paying you money to do it. You're more than welcome. Nicole. I got Nicole. If Robin's not getting a reading, it's Nicole. Somebody had the balls, somebody had the nerves to jump into my live the other night, and I don't remember if it was on TikTok or YouTube, but they said, you paid all that money to go to Africa and you didn't get anything. You didn't get anything. For one thing, I have absolutely no idea what that means. You didn't get anything. I came home with a suitcase full of Orishas. But besides that, I got an experience. I got an experience. I got to travel to the other side of the world, to go to Oshun's Grove, to be able to go to the center of Oshun veneration in the world, and go into an initiation room and have people fuck with my head, you know, and open me up. It's the experience that's important in initiation. It's the experience. It's not just what you get. It's the experience. It's the everything about it. But that's just typical of how these motherfuckers on these apps, these social media platforms behave and act. Ignorant. They just ignorant. So people have been coming after me for years now. And they can all go eat a donkey's ass. Don't yell my name like that. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. So, your spiritual path is your life. Don't confuse who you are and your spiritual path for the things that you practice. You might practice Wicca, or you might practice Santeria, or you might practice voodoo, or you might practice this or that, or you might practice yoga. But those are practices. Those are things you learn how to do. Those are things that you study and become proficient at. But they're not your spiritual path. You're the spiritual path. All of those other things, Ifa and all of your spirits, they are there to support you on your path in life. So if you were confused about that, I'm here to tell you, your destiny, you chose your destiny. You chose what you wanted to do when you got here. And now you're playing the game of life. There's only one way into this world and there's only one way out. We all come through the womb. And then when we drop dead, somebody drags us, you know, and throws us in a pit somewhere and we go back to the earth. That's how that works. That is how we cycle. But your spiritual path is your life. So, fuck these people, and they don't like playing cards, then they can go somewhere. In Haitian voodoo, all of the mambos use playing cards. Nobody really uses tarot in Haitian voodoo. If they're really mambos that are practicing Haitian voodoo. All of those people use cards. Curanderas and curanderos that come from Mesoamerica and other traditions, they use playing cards too. They can take a number with everybody else. Don't like me? Take a number and stand in line with all the other motherfuckers on the planet that don't like me. You're gonna be waiting a while. All right, Nicole, we're going to find out what the Spirit has to say to you next. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me. Thank you for spending time with me. Thank you for watching me read cards. Keep me company. Humor me and my mental and behavioral health problems. I like it over here on YouTube. It's nice and quiet, peaceful. Not a lot of people barging into your live while you're chatting with your friends. I love doing YouTube lives. Oh, if I could just get my people to come over to YouTube lives. Yep, Lisa, 100%. Read you to filth again. Well, we'll see whether or not there's any course correction. Just give me a second, because I got to shuffle up these cards really good. Oh, I wish, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl that looked good, I would call her. There's a little nostalgia for you. God, that shows you how old I am. Anyway, however, when TikTok goes, everybody's going to come back to YouTube. When they ban TikTok, it's going to go to YouTube. Did you know Donald Trump got on TikTok? Did you know that? Donald Trump has a TikTok now. I wonder why he's getting on TikTok. I hate that fucking app. I feel about TikTok like most people feel about Facebook. Well, Donald Trump and all of his people are going to have a really hard time on TikTok because basically anything they say is going to get taken down. No, see, TikTok is very useful for politicians and it's damning for politicians. Politicians hate TikTok. One of the reasons why I would say that conservatives might be happy that TikTok is around is because of how much heat Biden is taking over Israel and Hamas. So a lot of people that are upset with the way Biden has handled that situation, including myself. So the more people that you have yelling at everyone about how horrible Biden is, that's good for Trump from a marketing perspective. And Trump sees his presidency as a brand. So it's good for his brand to be on TikTok because people don't want TikTok to be banned. So he's going to get on it. All of it is just smoke and mirrors. It's all a game. It's one big fucking game. It's all a show. It's political theater. It's theatrics. This is acting, everyone. Acting with real world consequences on everyday people's lives. And I can't stand either one of them. I'm asking myself, out of all the motherfucking Americans in this country, out of all the Americans in this country, you're telling me that you're only giving the American public these two old cocksucking crackers? These are the only two people that you can come up with for us to vote for? These two? Like, really? How stupid is this place? I hate this place. So I don't like either of them. Both of them are fuck-ups. And I thought I was going to vote for RFK, but he's crazy too. I'm going to vote Libertarian. I know libertarians are going to get 1% of the vote, but I don't care. That's my protest. The libertarian nominee for president is gay, a gay guy. Oh, and they're tearing him up on Twitter too. They're so evil, man. I'm sorry, Nicole. I'm just like running my mouth and taking my time while I shuffle your cards. It kind of gives me a little bit of a downtime in between readings so that factory reset. I think the American public should be outraged. I think the American public should demand that the Democratic Party produces a different candidate, and that they demand the Republican produce a different candidate. We've already had 4 years of both of these people. We've already seen what both of these people can do in 4 years. We had Trump for 4 years. We've got Biden for 4 years. Why would anybody think these people would do any better than the way they've done, given the chances and opportunities that they've had? You're from Canada. I don't know. It just feels like going to a bad restaurant and then going out the next Friday and going to another bad restaurant and then deciding you want to go back to the other bad restaurant because it wasn't as bad as this bad restaurant. It's like, why don't you pick a good restaurant? Well, I mean, yeah, we're totally doomed. But not for the reasons that you think. I can't vote for Biden. I can't, with a good conscience, vote for Biden. I cannot. I'm voting libertarian because I believe in voting. I believe that my voice matters. And my views are libertarian. I am an independent voter. So I'm going to vote for the candidate in the party that best represents generally my highest ideals, and it is not the Democratic Party anymore. I was a Democrat. I was a Democrat for a long time, over a decade, and then I got really fucking sick of them. As soon as Obama left office, as soon as everybody got on the Clinton train, I was done with them. Don't get me started. I wasn't a Bernie guy, but I was not a Clinton person. Oh yeah, it's totally polarized. The problem with young people is young people don't have perspective. And that's why having older people in office is actually a good thing. I mean, a 20-year-old does not have the experience a 40-year-old does. And a 40-year-old does not have the experience an 80-year-old does. The older people get, the more perspective they have, okay? However, Trump and Biden are both products of a particular generation that their politics don't work anymore. They're like they're running their campaigns like they're in the 80s, in the 1980s. Michelle's not going to run. She doesn't want that job. Absolutely not. Michelle don't want that job. Nobody wants me to be president of the United States. What a nightmare. It's not Trump necessarily that I'm concerned about. It's not Trump, actually. It's the people that support him. That's the problem. It's not necessarily him, because he's just a crook with zero morals and looking for clout. He's a clout chaser. Got a president who's just a fucking clout chaser. It's the people that are funding him. It's the people that are giving him money and plotting his candidacy and his policies that everyone should be afraid of. I was disgusted with Biden. I wanted to throw up. The first thing he should have done when he got into office was deschedule cannabis so that it wasn't a Schedule I drug, and he should have immediately given the green light for them to start doing marijuana reform nationally. The fact that I live in Massachusetts and I can go over to a dispensary and buy 10 ounces of motherfucking weed, put it in a paper bag and put it in the back of my car and drive around Massachusetts with it, while at the same time some black kid down in Mississippi gets jailed for like smoking a joint and is in jail and criminalized because of some petty drug offense is disgusting to me. It's disgusting to me. And Democrats, if they really were about equality, they would have told him, yo, motherfucker, deschedule cannabis now. He didn't do anything. And don't get me started on Israel, because then all my anti-Semitic shit will start coming out of my mouth. And I'm not I'm not anti-Semitic. I am I'm not pro-Israel. People don't understand how much money politicians accept from Israel. All of them. Because what's funny is that Israel funds the pockets of both Republicans and Democrats. They put money in everyone's pockets to keep their shit being shipped to them. Billions of dollars. Records expunged. That's what they did in Massachusetts. Anybody who was convicted of like felonies or misdemeanors or petty crimes or whatever surrounding like marijuana use, all of those things were expunged from their records. I live in a very liberal state. California, Massachusetts, and Vermont are like the most liberal states. And Vermont and New Hampshire is very independent. Living in Massachusetts has definitely got its benefits to it. And living in a Democratic state isn't easy, but I wouldn't want to live in fucking Mississippi. The other stupid ass thing is I don't think people understand. All of those states down there in the South, all the Democratic states carry the commerce and carry the wealth of this entire country. Our economies are based on California, Massachusetts, New York. If you look at the poorest states doing the worst, the absolute worst when it comes to their financial situation, it's all in the Bible Belt. The people who are the loudest, okay, the poor white trash, the crackers, those are the people that are like doing the worst with government. Did I tell you guys that my new favorite my new favorite slang is cuck? That's my new favorite word, is cuck. Like cuckold. It's my favorite word. And I'm just waiting for somebody to make me mad so that I can call them a cuck. Doesn't it just sound nasty? Doesn't it just sound wrong? Doesn't it just sound like a slur? Cuck. Just say it out loud. You fucking cuck. Oh, it's got this guttural sound to it. You know I love to curse and you know I love profanity. I asked myself tonight, I'm like, how was somebody who was raised to be so polite and not curse have such a foul-ass mouth like you do? I don't know how that happened. I wish somebody would go back and count how many times I've used the word motherfucker in a TikTok video. Yeah, absolutely, kids. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, Bastido? Good to see you. Pomana. So in Espiritismo, which is spiritualism or spiritism, especially that comes off the island of Puerto Rico and Cuba, it's kind of like folk, it's a folk spirituality. It's spiritism. It's voodoo. Spiritism is voodoo. That's what it is. Whenever traditional mediums come together and like hold a misa or a spiritual mass, people will get mounted, okay? And spirits of the dead will give messages. And in my personal opinion, most of what we work with are spirits of the dead. People don't realize that. Most of the energies that we interact with, the energy consciousness we interact with, are spirits of the dead and spirits of nature, because those are the spirits that are closest to the earth. So, for whatever reason, in the tradition, we will say someone has like a madama, or someone has a mage, or someone has a gypsy, or someone has an Indian. Okay, these are ways of describing ancestral forces and spiritual forces. Because I'll just give you an example and I'll be honest about it. Oshun, my mother, right? We describe Oshun as the divine mother, or we describe her as the primordial mother, or we describe her as the spirit of love and fertility and good fortune and all the sweet things in life. We use honey and oranges and cinnamon and cedar wood and vetiver and things to represent her. And we talk about her being beautiful with big breasts and, you know, we describe the entity. And when we're talking about Oshun's qualities, we're talking about her energy. We're talking about the energy of the entity. So we use language and we use representation for that entity that is harmonious with that spirit's energy. But Oshun is a spirit. She's a divinity. She's an Orisha. She doesn't have a form. We personify the gods and the goddesses and the Orishas and the Loa and everyone. We personify them a certain kind of way because that's the energy they bring with them. So when you call Oshun, you know you're calling on Oshun. Oshun is going to help you do certain things because that's the realm in which Oshun governs over. If you have a magi or you have a wizard in your court, then you have some kind of male energy that's around you that is magical and worth exploring. That's really, really cool. Nicole, I still have not read your cards. I am still working on your cards. I am so sorry. You're going to have to let me do a real quick pee break. But I am almost done shuffling your cards. I just totally forgot that I was supposed to read your cards. But you weren't yelling at me, so. Yeah, now I got the Oracle cards. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that most of the time, you are working with spirits of the dead, and you're working with spirits of nature. If you go out into nature and you go down to the river to do spiritual work and commune with the river, you're communing with Oshun. That's her body, that's her energy, that's her force, that's what she rules, right? But, you know, when people pray to Catholic saints, they're praying to spirits of the dead. When you sit a picture of a dead yogi on your altar, okay, a guru, that's a spirit of the dead that you're invoking. If you pray to the bodhisattvas and mantras, those are spirits of the dead. So, I mean, okay, I'll stop apologizing. So that's why venerating and honoring your ancestors and the dead is important. I have a very strong connection with the dead. And I think it's because I was very sickly as a child, and I spent a lot of my childhood in hospitals. I was very ill. They thought I had cystic fibrosis. I had underdeveloped lungs, and I suffered a lot as a child. I didn't start to get better until I was in my teens. And now that I'm in my 40s, I can feel the decline in my body, okay? But I spent a lot of time around older people, a lot of time in hospitals, and around a lot of dead people when I was a kid. And I think it just made me more prone to picking up on those energies, okay? And I just pulled the death card. You can't make that shit up. Hold on a second. Let me do my pee break. I had a horrible childhood. My health was horrible when I was a kid. Let me get my... Where's my friggin' timer at? Okay. Okay, Nicole, are you ready? Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be right there waiting for you. Man, Richard Marx, yo. He was like the voice of the 80s. Richard Marx, Phil Collins, who else was on repeat on the radio in the 80s? Hall & Oates, Fleetwood Mac, Don Henley, Chicago, Peter Gabriel, Duran Duran. Nicole, What is your, have you done your ancestor work yet? Did you start your ancestor work? I'm doing your reading now. Did you already start your, Milli Vanilli, get the hell out of here with that. I'm just wondering whether or not you know whether or not you have any Scandinavian or Norse ancestors, or whether or not you practice any kind of Norse anything or have an affinity towards Odin, Thor, Freyr, Freya, Loki, and the northern tradition. I'm just wondering if you have any interest in that. You need to find out. You need to find out if you've got Scandinavian ancestors. Because I think that not Norse paganism as it's practiced by these people on TikTok. I mean Norse paganism from a spiritualist perspective, calling and conjuring your ancestral Norse spirits. I want you to check it out. Okay, so what's sitting at the center of your wheel, center of your wheel, oh my God. What is sitting at the center of your reading is the medicine wheel. The medicine wheel is the card of the herbalist. It's the card of the root worker. It's the card of the practitioner that works with the herbs. So it's very, very important. Wandering Ghoul, when I'm finished with this reading, we're going to have a conversation about reconstructed pagan religions. So basically, that's the point of that, whatever I was saying. I don't even remember what I was saying right now. You have the ability to work with the plants. And so one of the spiritual things that you absolutely need to be working with is with plants and herbs, okay? Because you have a natural inclination to it and you naturally will be able to learn and study it. The thing is that you need to be careful because one of the warnings that are coming to you from the spiritual world tonight is paying attention to your health, mental, emotional, behavioral, but especially physical. Pay attention to your physical health. You pull the Ten of Swords, and I don't know if I pulled the Ten of Swords for you before, but the Ten of Swords always talks about battling physical illness or overcoming physical illness, or be careful that you don't get sick. Or if you feel sick, don't not go to the doctor. I've had people who have gotten readings from me, and I told them, someone in this room sitting here right now, I told them, you need to go to the doctor, you're having problems, you need to pay attention to it. That came out in divination. And it turned out that that person needed to have like serious surgery. And I'm not saying that you're like sick and you need surgery. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you feel sick or you haven't been feeling well, please get checked out. It is not in your best interest not to take care of your health. Yeah, Robin. Survived brain surgery. My God. Crazy. So here's a great oracle card that you pulled, Nicole. Prophetic dreams. Do you have dreams? Are you a dreamer? Like, are dreams part of your spiritual practice, or do you lucid dream? Yeah, but see, that's the thing. We don't want you to drop dead. We want you to stick around. And if you have people around you that love you, you know, and children, it would behoove you to make sure that you take care of your health. Another thing that's coming out is you also pulled my fertility card. So I want you to be careful of any female reproductive health related issues. If you haven't seen your gynecologist or OBGYN anytime recently, you might want to schedule the appointment, get a pap smear. I know that's really, really super specific. And that's really, 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 I know that's really, you said to read you for filth, and I'm all up in your cooch. You said read me to filth, and I'm like up in your junk. But I'm telling you, that's the message that I'm getting. Take me serious. I'm not even joking. Spirit gives you the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles is fantastic because it talks about ancestors and ancestor spirits. And it says that your spirits love you. They love you very much. And they're trying to bring you wealth and abundance and prosperity. You do have another negative. You had two negative messages that came out in this reading. The first one was be careful that you might not be sick physically, or that you don't get sick physically. The second thing that came out was the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords, this guy, that talks about someone who is taking advantage of you, okay? What Spirit says is that there's somebody in your life that is taking advantage of you, taking advantage of your kindness, taking your money. You might be in a relationship with someone that's taking advantage of you, okay, riding you. And whoever that person is someone that you need to do a serious meditation and reconsider whether or not you want to be in a relationship with this person, or how you're going to proceed with the relationship with this person. She said she's healthy. What do you know about this nefarious character that's coming out in your psychic reading? Really? Well, I mean, that means something. That means it means whoever it is that's talking to you through me as a medium and as a psychic, putting down your cards, is trying to tell you something. They're like, you know, the message is not getting across, obviously. You don't know who? Are you married? Are you in a relationship? Do you trust your partner's fidelity? I don't know. I'm just asking. You have spiritual messages coming out. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Getting my act together over here. You said not yet. Look, I'm not trying to make you feel paranoid in any kind of way, but I gave a reading to a woman, and I had told her, you know, I think there's something going on with your husband. There's somebody in your life who is not being honest with you. And it was the Spirit was very emphatic about that too. Do you know, a week later, she was walking down the street in New York City, and her husband comes strolling out of a hotel with another woman. She was working on the east side. She usually worked on the west side. She just happened to be in that area of the woods. She literally found her husband cheating on her red-handed. Both of them were flustered. They both turned red. They both couldn't talk. She sent me a text message, like, I don't know, a month later, and was like, Ryan, guess what? You were right. But I'm not trying to tell you that your husband's cheating on you. I'm just saying that you need to pay attention. Yeah, it was crazy. All right, maybe I might do more divination on that for you in some other kind of way to try to get to the bottom of this. It could be a spirit. Let me ask you a question. Do you have any PTSD or trauma related to anything that happened into your childhood? Do you have childhood trauma? Do you have any family members that ever did anything bad to you that died? Do you feel like there is a, or your parents, did your mother have an abusive father? Or, I know that's really getting really, really specific, but sometimes spirits of the dead, unsavory spirits of the dead will come around. Everybody has good and bad spirits around them, but sometimes people have some really foul ones. You can't trust no one, neither can I. Well, I'm going to give you, the recommendation that I'm going to give you after I do your reading is a spiritual cleanse. I think that everybody here needs to take a spiritual bath. Y'all are filthy. We all need to take a spiritual bath, and I'm going to teach you how to make a spiritual bath. The next thing that's coming through for you is the Three of Cups. The Three of Cups is my Espiritismo card, faith, hope, and charity. Okay? This talks about your spiritual path. This talks about spiritism as being a spiritual path for you, and spiritualism, that you need to pay attention to that, that you need to keep your ancestor altar clean, that you need to communicate with your spirits. Did that come out last time too? Last night, a witch that I knew pulled 3 tarot cards for herself. She pulled the Sun, the Moon, and the Lover's card. And she took a picture of it after she did the reading for herself. She got a reading from me today, a private reading. And the first 3 cards I pulled was the Sun, the Moon, and the Lover's card. And I said, wow, look, you pulled the Sun, the Moon, and the Lover's card. And she almost fell out. She was like, those are the 3 cards I pulled last night for myself. And she showed me the picture. So this shit means something. I don't know what it means. I'm not going to pretend to know what it means, but it means something, especially if you're pulling the same cards. That's why usually I tell people wait to get a reading again, like wait a while, like a couple of months or like a month or 2, because you don't know what has not played out in your destiny yet. However, Spirit is talking about paying attention to your work and your job and working hard. Spirit's talking about moving up in the world. You pull the 3 of Coins, and the 3 of Coins talks about this guy is like, he's chiseling, he's hammering, and he's looking up as he does. It's a very weird card. I don't understand the symbolism on it, but he's like chiseling. And the concept here is moving up in the world. Raises, promotions, kicking up your game if you're an entrepreneur. Anything that has to do with elevating your finances and your career to the next level. It's elevation work in the physical realm. You have fairies with you. You need to pay attention to the fairy energy that's around you. You've got fairies. Have I done your birth chart yet, Nicole? In the future, you might want to think about me doing your birth chart for you, because birth charts are important. They tell you a lot about yourself. A lot. Birth charts can tell you so much more about yourself than a tarot card reading does, because it basically looks at your entire life from a cosmic perspective. All right, well, save for it and think about it, because I think that would be very, very, very helpful for you. Very helpful for you. It might even answer some of these questions about these cards that you pull. You need to go to the forest. You need to take an offering to the fairies. Not the Fae, not the Fae of Celtic mythology, the fairies, spirits of nature. So like, go to Dunkin' Donuts and get them a donut. Or take some honey into the woods, or something else that's sweet. Spirit is talking about balance. You pull the Two of Swords. And the Two of Swords is a card that really talks about maintaining your balance emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically. So do you feel balanced, or do you feel like you've been out of balance? Because that card comes as a warning to make sure that you stay on your medication. Okay, that's like the stay on your medication card. Don't stop taking your drugs. Yeah, you need to work on that. You need to work on your balance. You have to be balanced. I tell you what, if you're not balanced, you can't get anything done in life. And you can't practice witchcraft, and you can't practice sorcery, and you can't practice magic, and you can't practice spiritism or spiritualism or witchcraft or anything. You can't do a goddamn thing if you're not balanced. You have to be balanced first, especially if you're going to conjure spirits. People who are imbalanced don't need to be calling on spiritual forces. Very, very, very bad things can happen. You have to be balanced, you have to be sane, you have to be in the right mind, and you have to be in control. So there are some dumbass witches on TikTok that tell people to stop taking their bipolar medication because it's damaging their psychic abilities. That is not true. I take antipsychotic drugs, and I can still see and hear and talk to spirits. So I'm here to tell you, taking your medication is not going to improve your chances of being a psychic medium. It's going to make it worse. And I'm using that as an example, Nicole, because you need to bring chaos to order. You need to take whatever chaotic forces are in your life. Now I'm channeling. You need to take whatever chaotic forces are in your life and you need to redirect them so that you make money off of them. It's like swimming against a wave or riding it. Oh shit. Next thing is the spirits that are around you is you have a witch that's with you. And the witch that's with you, to me, man, it's weird. I know that she's a witch, but she doesn't look like a witch. She looks like a woman of Victorian times. Or she's wearing a big bustle. She is wearing, you know what she looks like? Oh my God, okay, I know what she looks like. What do they call those people in Dune? The Mary Jesuit? She's given total Mary Jesuit energy. But she's not wearing black. She's wearing something that looks similar to that, but it's blue. It's like a light blue and royal blue color. She's got a hat. It has the veil. She's wearing a big flowing dress. It looks like what I would consider to be like a bustle. But it might not be. But that's my reading for you. You, I also think very strongly that you have some kind of Celtic influence, like a druid that walks with you in your court. You might be Druish, from the planet Druidia. You definitely need to get Benny Jesuit. You definitely need to get your ancestry DNA and 23andMe test or whatever done. Spend the money to find out about your lineage. Was it good or bad? Was that bad? I feel like I did a bad job. I feel mad that some of the same messages came out. Oh, you did have it done. Okay. Well, what did it say? I'm curious. I want to know. I want to know. What I want to know is, were you surprised by any particular geographical area? Was there a particular geographical area that surprised you? Because I sure as hell was not expecting for West Africa and Central Africa to come up in my DNA. I was not ready for that one. I was shocked, but I was also uneducated. But I was also raised a Jehovah's Witness, so I was a moron. So that shocked the hell out of me. Billy Joel, man, and Elton John talking about voices of the 80s. There was something I wanted to talk about. Mr. Gould brought up a topic that I wanted to address. Oh. I wanted to bring up Ocean Keltoy and Reconstructionist heathenry. The small percentages are important. The 1%, the 2%, the 3% are important. It's not just about the 80% or the 20% or the 40%. It's not just about the big numbers, it's about the small ones too. Because you obviously had sufficient enough DNA for those geographical regions of the world to manifest, to show up. So even if they're small percentages, I would still pay attention to them. Those are still your ancestors. So I tell people, get your ancestry DNA test done, and then learn about all the geographical regions from which your ancestors come from, so you learn something about yourself. What do you mean they didn't count? They're your ancestors. What do you mean they didn't count? Those are people. Every single percentage that comes through on your DNA test represents a people, a tribe. And I don't care if it's 1%. I don't care if you're Italian or Irish by 1%. That means that you have ancestors that were Italian and Irish, and they deserve to be acknowledged because you are your ancestors. And when we practice ancestor veneration, that's who we're talking to. We're talking to them and we're talking to ourselves. We're elevating the ancestral energy in us. That's what ancestral magic is. You understand? I'm talking about real physical witchcraft is based in this. So, you know, I've got like 6% African, 6% indigenous Taino, specifically from the Caribbean. I've got Spanish, Portuguese, and French. And then I've got England, Ireland, English, Irish, some Swedish. You know, what was crazy to me though, and they don't do this anymore, you have to pay extra, is when you get your ancestry DNA test done, they will split your DNA so that you can see your genetic inheritance from your mother and your father's side. Now you have to pay an extra $25 to get that service, but I got it before they started upcharging you for it. And it was amazing to me that I had African ancestors on my mother and my father's side, and my father as white as a slice of bread with mayonnaise on top. My father is a Mary Jane sandwich with mayonnaise and bananas on top. So it was very shocking to me when I saw that my Yoruba ancestors, okay, the ones that come from Nigeria, were on my father's side of the family, not my mother's side. The African ancestral spirits that came through on my mother's side all come from the Congo. Insane. And then when you find out these things, you kind of like, oh, well, some of that shit makes sense. That seems about right. Now I can see why I would be interested in this or attracted to this, or I have some kind of sympathy or familiarity with it. The loaf. I'm very, I've got a lot of really, just got a lot of mix. I'm very mixed. I've got a very mixed and interesting ancestry. I mean, my mother is a product of the Caribbean and a product of colonization and Puerto Rico. Puerto Ricans actually, out of all the people in the Caribbean, have the highest percentage of Taino DNA out of all the islands. That's because Puerto Rico was colonized way later. And also, Puerto Rico didn't really have the resources that the colonizers were looking for. So Puerto Rico was kind of like, it wasn't useful to them, not even for agriculture, because of the terrain. So Puerto Rico, actually, Pirates of the Caribbean, has a lot to do with Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be a place where indigenous and African people would flee from colonizers and run to the mountains. So it's got a very rich, Puerto Rico has a very rich cultural heritage that comes from the mixing of indigenous and African people and Europeans. So, like, my grandfather was very, very indigenous looking. So, I mean, I'm so fucking white, and the fact that I still have, it came out that I had 6% indigenous Taino was like insane. 6% is a lot for a group of people that are considered to be extinct, right? They say that the Tainos went extinct. They didn't. The Tainos were forced into integration. They were forced integrated into everything. I wish that I could have gotten my grandfather's DNA done or my mother's DNA done. Actually, I'd really like to get my father's DNA done. None of them, I don't talk to them, so, well, my grandfather's dead. My mother is in a nursing home now. She's got dementia. And my dad just won't talk to me, so I'm never going to find out. One of the reasons why I had to get an ancestry DNA test was because of the fact that I'm so estranged from my family. And my daughter looks just like me. German and Baltic, some Middle Eastern, that's really cool. Bruce Springsteen. Is, where's Wandering Ghoul at? Did Wandering Ghoul take off? Who was going to school at mortuary? Mortuary school? Oh, absolutely, Sarah. Of course you can. But give me a minute though, because I would love to give you a reading, but give me a second because I'm trying to flush out some things that I was talking about earlier. So here's the thing about paganism and indigenous spirituality. Like, okay, cool. Well, I'm not in a hurry. I ain't going fucking anywhere. So like you'll see people who are Hispanic, like from Puerto Rico or Puerto Ricans. That's kids. Okay, let me tell you about how I'm going to die, and let me tell you about how they're going to bury me in a second. But this is what I have to say about Reconstructionist pagan religions. Like, you'll get Puerto Ricans that will go down to the island of Puerto Rico, and they will put on indigenous looking garb. They'll recreate the images that they've seen of Tainos drawn or in pictures. Those are the indigenous people that greeted Christopher Columbus when he showed up lost and pulled up to the northeastern side of the Dominican Republic. So they'll go down there, they'll honor the Tainos by doing, like, I would say, neo-indigenous ceremonies. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there's something about trying to recreate something that's already gone. Because mediums, espiritistas, sancistas, people that practice voodoo, Haitian voodoo, Palo Mayombe, we work with Taino spirits. They're in it. They're in the tradition. They've never left. Palo has got a massive amount of Taino influence in it. So what I'm saying is that there are already spiritual practices that people are doing that are direct inheritors of those cultures. You don't have to go back and try to recreate anything. Same thing with the Norse. You can conjure your Norse ancestors. You can conjure your Celtic ancestors. You can conjure all of your ancestors in you. And traditionally, they practiced human sacrifice. They practiced animal sacrifice. I'm talking about I'm talking about pagans. I'm talking about the Celts and the Norse. So human sacrifice, animal sacrifice was a thing. I mean, we're not going to go sacrificing people, although I'm pretty sure you would have a short list of people that you would like to see sacrificed. And most Norse pagans aren't going to go out and buy a chicken or a goat and slit its throat and feed their ancestor spirits with blood. However, that would be the way you do it if you do it traditionally. You see what I'm saying? Traditional blot is where they kill the animal. It's true, Melendez. Because our ancestors that were pre-colonized, even the European ones, because the Europeans were colonized first. Europeans colonized Europeans first. Okay? And then after they were done colonizing each other, then they started colonizing everybody else down into Africa and the New World, Native Americans. Okay? But that colonization process wiped out indigenous European beliefs and practices that have been going on for thousands and thousands of years. The list is long. It's a long-ass list. Person and flaying blood on everything. How about having a goat sacrificed right over top of your head and having the entire blood of the entire goat all over your body? How about that? How about a bloodbath sacrifice? Have you ever seen one of those done? I have. I helped in a ceremony where we had to do that. That's a particular kind of sacrifice, a particular kind of ebo that's performed by Babalaos when they're trying to save somebody's life. You sacrifice a whole ass goat. It's a whole thing. You don't have to practice any kind of animal sacrifice to honor your ancestors like that, okay? Most of them are just as happy with a beer and a cupcake or a donut, okay? But let me tell you how I'm gonna die. For one thing, I'm gonna drop dead in this motherfucking condo. I'm gonna die at home. One day, I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna drop dead. Then whenever they find me, I'm gonna have a natural burial. I do not want to be embalmed. I do not want to be cremated. I'm gonna have a natural burial. They're gonna put my body into a biodegradable bag, and they're gonna throw it in the grave, and they're gonna cover me up, and then everybody can fuck off. I want my body to become compost. I want it to decompose naturally. I don't want to be in a box. The idea of being put in a box and then being put into cement, a cement box, freaks me out. I also don't necessarily like the idea of being cremated, but I highly doubt anybody's going to drag my dead body out into the woods and let the animals come and rip me apart, because that's what I would prefer. I would prefer to die in the forest, or die and be taken to the forest so that, you know, I could be eaten and shit out everywhere. But what's going to end up happening is I'm going to become mycelium. I'm going to I'm going to become fungus. That's what I want to be. I identify as mycelium. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm so sorry. I'm a moron. Yes. I'm gonna read you right now. I'm so sorry. I'm just standing here talking about my death and my burial. I want to go back into the earth just as I came out of my mother's womb. I'm so sorry. I just don't like the idea of being put in a box. And when my best friend got killed in his motorcycle accident, it devastated me. He didn't make any plans. He hated the Catholic Church. He hated the Catholic Church. And I don't know how he wanted to be buried, or whether he wanted to be cremated, or his ashes put somewhere, but they buried him in a box. They had an open casket funeral, and they buried him in a Catholic cemetery. And that traumatized me. Awesome Ghoul, thank you. That traumatized me. And immediately after that happened, I started making my plans. I'm like, I am going to pick the place I want to be buried. I'm going to write a will. I'm going to make sure I have a healthcare proxy. I'm going to make sure that the people around me know how I want to be buried. I've already paid for my funeral services. I've already paid for my natural burial. I already have my grave. Because I'm like, I am going to pick my grave. I'm picking my grave. I already have my grave. I've already paid for my my burial services. I didn't want something to happen where, because I'm a single guy, I live by myself. I didn't want some kind of situation where I drop dead and then they find my body and then nobody knows what to do with me and they don't have any money to bury me. So I took care of all that shit. I do, yes, you mean over FaceTime and WhatsApp? Yes, I do. I do. You can use my Booksy to schedule a reading with me, or if you buy it directly off my website, I'll contact you and schedule the reading. Okay, I'm reading Wandering Ghouls cards now. Okay, I saw Wandering Ghoul and then Wandering Ghoul. And I'm like, wait a minute, have I lost my motherfucking mind? Because then there was Ghoulie Ghoul was here. There's all these ghouls. You're like a family of ghouls. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of being put into a box that I can't get out of. I mean, not like I'm gonna come back to life, but I might. And if my zombified ass, mutant swamp thing, motherfucking mycelium monster, zombie body decides to pop out of the grave, I wanted to be able to get out of there easy. What I wanted was, if I had a coven, I wanted all of my witches to come dig me out, after they buried me, and hack up my body and put me in different vessels. That's what I really wanted. I really wanted to, I either wanted to be put in the forest for animals to come eat me and shit me out, or I wanted them to dismember me and use different parts of my body to make different magical vessels. That's what I really want. But I'm settling for the natural burial. I want to be eaten by the vultures and all the scavengers. Oh, what is wrong with me? Why do I get kind of like, kind of like a rubbery one, thinking about like how awesome it will be to... Hey, something ain't right. I already bought my condo in the earth. So, anyway, ghoul, wandering ghoul. The whole point about the ocean Keltoi and the reconstructed paganism is you can call all of your pagan ancestors. You call them out of yourself. That's where they are. They're in you. Your ancestors are you, and you are your ancestors. So if you want to call any ancestral spirit that you know is inside of you, that is what you do. That's who you call. You invoke that energy. Yes, it is. If you go to my TikTok, if you go to my TikTok profile and click on the link tree that's on there, you'll see book a reading. Or if you go to my YouTube profile, you'll see that there's a link tree. And if you click on that, it will open into a new browser, and it'll give you the option to look at my menu of services. Okay. All right. So I'm so sorry that I'm so slow shuffling my cards. Take me home, 'cause I don't remember, 'cause I've been a prisoner all my life. I love that song. I love that music video too. Don't rush a miracle. Hallelujah. Ashe. Aye boo boo. Hun hun. Han han. Han han means so be it in Taino. Arawak. Arawakan. Han han. So be it. I actually know a Taino shaman. He's my friend on Facebook. Those people go on like DMT journeys and stuff. I can't. I am not doing DMT. Absolutely not. Sure does. Not going on any kind of DMT trip. Oh my God, I could just see it now. You know, I take 3 puffs and the next thing you know, I'm in hell for like the next 10 hours. DMT is a drug. You can inhale it like a powder, but most people smoke it. And your body naturally produces DMT. Your body naturally produces DMT. But when you do DMT, it spikes it. And when the DMT spikes in your brain, that's when you get the psychoactive effects. Your body produces THC, you know, but when you smoke a joint, you smoke a lot of THC and it makes you high. Your body produces psilocybin, but if you eat psilocybin mushrooms, then it's going to, the psychedelics are going to make you trip. DMT is also something that's a natural occurring substance in the body. But let me tell you something about teaching plants. They have no mercy. They have no mercy. Teaching plants have no mercy. There's no way you could get me to go on an ayahuasca journey. Absolutely not. No thanks. I am crazy enough. Actually, I did have a DMT trip once. It was medically induced. People can actually go into, people can have DMT dumped into their system. Their system can dump DMT into its own system. And it's medical. I was bad. It was a total psychotic break. I was crazy as hell. I was talking to all the elves and the machine elves and all the things. That's a long story, though. And I shouldn't have invoked Kali. I should have never invoked Kali. I should have, I did a thing. I did a thing for Kali, and I had no idea. How that energy was going to show up. I had no idea how hardcore that energy was going to show up. It almost destroyed everything. That's why you can't play with fire. You play with fire, you're either going to die or you're going to burn your house down. Called on that dark feminine, that Iyami energy. That was something else. Dark mothers. I have respect for them, but I'm scared as hell of them. I respect the Iami. They're necessary. Iami is like, I brought you into this world and I can take you out. All right, now I'm going to shuffle up your oracle cards, and then I'm going to read your cards. I'm getting there. We're almost there. They are the mothers, primordial mothers. And so here's the thing, like one of the old Ianifas I used to work with, said, all the primordial mothers are Iami. That's the beautiful thing about Ifa. Ifa is a worldview that's big enough to incorporate everyone. So Hakate, the Morrigan, Bridget, Oshun, Yemoja, even Santa Morte and all of those other Mesoamerican divinities, the earth goddesses, they're all Iami. They're all Iami. They're all primordial mothers. So all of those mothers fall into the category of Iami. All of them, from every culture. Okay. Yes. Yes. 100%. And there's always overlap. Why? Because we're all human beings and we all have a common ancestor. We have common origins. We set out from Africa over 300,000 years to populate the rest of the earth. I need to get my San Pellegrino. Hold on. Let me give you an example. Of what I mean. And let me go back to Wicca for a second. Because we were talking about anthropology, archaeology, historical linguistics, how language travels over time, how it evolves over time, origins of languages. The only reason why we can decode and understand texts that were written by, let's say, the Sumerians is because we understand ancient Hebrew. Ancient Hebrew is a very important language because if we didn't understand ancient Hebrew, we wouldn't be able to interpret anything before that. So when I was talking earlier about these Proto-Indo-European peoples, Indo-European peoples who became the Vedic peoples and the European peoples, they had a shared common ancestor genetically, and they had a spiritual ancestor. And as they traveled across Europe and down into northern India, from the steppes, okay, they took that religion everywhere. So in India, she could be Kali. But in the British Isles or in Western Europe, she could be the Morrigan. There's always a goddess that represents fertility and abundance. There's always a goddess that represents the cemetery and the dead. You find working with feminine energy intimidating. Wow. Why? Oh, I'm sorry. I got to do a reading. Tell Lisa, I want you to think about that. I want you to meditate on that for the next 20 minutes. And then after I finish Ghoul's reading, you can tell me what is intimidating about the feminine energy. Do you see that? I was about to forget you again. June is the Morrigan. You got Odin energy showing up for you. You also have an ancestor that seems to be like a Celtic ancestor coming through for you. Okay, so some of the messages that I get coming through here, you've got a lot of positive messages, but you've got some warning cards. For one thing, let's go ahead and start with some of the negative stuff. Let's do the negative stuff first and get that out of the way. The first thing is Spirit is encouraging you to pay attention to your health. Okay, you also pull the Ten of Swords. And with that Ten of Swords, I want you to make sure that if you start feeling sick in any kind of way, that you don't hesitate, but you definitely get looked at, okay? If you're not already experiencing some kind of physical malady, okay? Be careful with your health. Pay attention to your diet. This is what's coming through for me. This is a channeled message, okay? What I'm getting here is you need to pay better attention to your diet, and that you're not eating well. Doesn't seem like you're eating on a regular schedule. You might even be allergic to something that you're eating. Sit with that, meditate on that, or journal about it. Is that really true? That's what I feel. I feel like you've got poor eating habits, and I feel like you're not getting nutrition. I feel like you're not getting all of the minerals and vitamins that you need. And I feel like you don't drink enough water. I'm reading you to filth. Pay attention to your diet, okay? Eat less carbohydrates. Try to eat more healthy saturated fats and proteins. There's 5 foods that everybody needs to avoid, but especially you. There's 5 food groups, or five foods that everyone needs to avoid, and this, I want you to do this, okay, Wandering Ghoul. 1, don't eat wheat. Stay away from wheat. Try to eat as little pastas and breads as possible. If you want to have something with starch in it, eat a potato. Eat a starch, like a root vegetable. Okay, that's 1. The next thing is no soy. Don't eat anything with soy in it. Do you ever want to eat soy anything? If you eat edamame like once every 6 months, that's fine. But don't eat any products that have soy milk. Soy milk, absolutely no soy at all. It ups estrogen in women and men's bodies, and you can't digest it. And even though it has protein in it, you don't absorb it. So avoid soy. Third thing I want you to avoid is corn and anything derived from corn. Corn syrup. I hope you're screen recording this or writing this shit down, because the information I'm giving you is golden. Besides corn, avoid sugar, white sugar, refined sugar. And finally, alcohol. Don't drink alcohol. How old are you? I was talking to a guy, you're 42? Okay, I'm 43. I'm about to be 44 years old. I'm about to be 44 fucking years old, man. Damn, what the fuck happened? 44 years old? I'm an old motherfucker. And so are you. Yeah. Let me tell you, after 40, quit drinking. Don't drink beer. Don't drink wine. Don't drink liquor. That shit's toxic. It is poison to our bodies. Yet people continue to drink. Don't drink. And not because of getting drunk or alcoholism. I mean, it's just, you start getting headaches and stuff, and you start getting hangovers. Okay, so pay attention to your heart and pay attention to your heart health. Okay, pay attention to your heart. I think that's what that message really was. I think the message about like avoiding heart disease. I think you need to be concerned about heart disease. I'm not saying you should be afraid. I'm saying you're at the age where you need to start worrying about like having a healthy heart. So I think that was a message that specifically was talking about your heart health. Okay. And you're diabetic. So that is why being on a paleo diet, someone like you who is diabetic should literally be eating fruits and vegetables, nuts and seeds, root vegetables, foods high in saturated fats and proteins, and just avoiding at all cost any kinds of breads and pastas and cupcakes. Eat some dark chocolate. If you want to satisfy your sweet tooth, eat a little bit of chocolate, dark chocolate, maybe even milk chocolate, but don't reach for a cupcake. Not all sweets are created equal. And you should be drinking water and black coffee. Drink your coffee without sugar and cream in it. You should be drinking herbal teas. But you definitely should be avoiding the sugar. Okay. I told you that Odin is with you. You need to do something for Odin. Or whatever spirit manifests in your life with that Odin energy. Okay? I don't know if you work with Hecate or not, but Hecate is coming through for you. Travel is in your future. Spirit is talking about travel or being on a boat. Either being on a boat or traveling by boat, like either a cruise. Are you interested in doing something for Hecate to honor her? If you're going to do a ceremony for Hecate, you want to boil 3 eggs. Then you want to crack them open and you want to put those eggs on a white plate and you want to pour honey all over them. Then after you pour honey all over those eggs, you want to take 3 sticks of incense, 3 eggs, 3 sticks of incense, and put frankincense, myrrh, and sandalwood. 1 stick of frankincense, 1 stick of myrrh, 1 stick of frankincense, myrrh, and sandalwood, okay? So she accepts egg and honey and incense as an offering, if you choose to do so. You pull the 10 of coins, and the 10 of coins is the ancestor card. It says that your ancestors love you and care about you very much. And you also pulled this oracle card over here, plant seeds. See, that's how I want to look in the earth. That's how I envision myself buried. But this particular card, plant seeds, talks about I don't know. What does that mean to you? Do you have a garden? I mean, we all understand the concept of planting seeds, but I don't know if that means like dropping loads and making babies or or something else. Oh, really? Hold on, let me get organized over here. Spirit is saying that you need to pay attention to your finances. And you need to be really, really super stingy with your money right now. Be really, really tight-fisted with your money. Don't give your money away. It's talking about financial problems. You need to work on your financial situation. It feels to me like you've got people that in your life that you spend money on, like family members. And I don't mean like a little bit of money. I mean, it feels like you buy shit for people and you don't get the stuff that you want. Or that you've got someone in your life that is always coming to you because they need help. And you end up like giving them help. Sit down, work it out with a pen and paper, you know? Sit down, work it out with a pen and paper. Get a bullet journal, you know? I know they have apps and shit that you can use for tracking your money and stuff like that. No, you know what else works? Pen and paper. Get a motherfucking journal and pay attention to your finances and work out a plan with pen and ink, okay? And write it with ink. Don't use a pencil, right? Because when you write it with a pencil, you can erase it. If you write it with ink, it's permanent, okay? So sit down and work out those finances and write about it. Your plan, and be really super stingy. Okay. Okay. You pulled that card and you pulled that card twice. So I'm really warning you that you need to be careful. If somebody comes to you in the next, say, month or two, and they ask you for help, you need to consider whether or not you actually have the means to be able to help them. That's what I'm saying. If somebody comes to you in the next, say, 3 months, and it's somebody that might need financial assistance, you know, I'm not telling you not to give them money, but you got to make sure that it doesn't put you in some kind of situation, okay? Let's see what else. Billy Joel's playing right now. Spirit is saying that if somebody is offering to help you, accept their help. Don't be one of these people that says, oh, I can do it. Oh, I can do that. No, don't worry about it. I'll take care of that. No, don't do that. Allow other people to do things. You're not the only person that has to do things. There's lots of people around. You know, everybody should take turns taking out the garbage. Everybody should take turns making a meal. That kind of thing. So don't be that specifically says don't be a control freak. Don't feel the need. You need to sit down and journal about what is it about you that makes you want to control everything around you. How's that for a call out? You need to sit down and ask yourself the question, why do I really have to feel like I'm in control all the time? Because it's really, really, really exhausting to try to be in control of everything all the time. It will wear you out, and it'll make you sick, and it'll give you heart problems. I'm a Virgo. That's why I can say these things. I am the most Virgo you will ever meet on the face of the planet. I knew I wasn't a Cancer. Growing up, I knew that my sun sign was a Cancer, but I'm like, I'm not a Cancer. I can't be a Cancer. That doesn't seem right. And then I studied Vedic astrology and found out I was a Virgo, and I'm like, 100%. You couldn't be more right about that one. I'm right on the Leo-Virgo cusp also. So I'm like Leo-Virgo. Okay. Spirit says be careful about a situation that is going to make you feel trapped. That you might feel trapped in a situation, or you're getting ready to enter a situation where you're going to feel cornered in or trapped. That's interesting. Isn't that weird? Your rising sign is the most important sign. Your rising sign, and if you don't know what your rising sign is because you don't have the time, your moon sign. Your rising sign and your moon sign are the most important signs, not your sun sign. The sun sign doesn't matter very much, really. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. What really, really matters is your rising sign and your moon sign. That's going to tell you the most about your life. So you pull the World card. And the World card talks about endings. It talks about endings and new beginnings. And whenever I pull the World card for somebody, it's usually a message that you need to start tying up your loose ends. Anything in your life right now that you feel is on the way out, relationships, jobs, clothing, partners, okay? Like, if you can already see the end in sight, friendships, if you can already see the end in sight and you know that something is coming to an end, a relationship, a job, your car's getting ready to die, okay? Excuse me. You need to start, this is a time period in which you need to be making other plans, when you need to start determining how you're going to do the final detachment. Do you understand? So like, there are things that are going to be coming to a close in your life because things change, but anything in your life that you feel like is on the way out, you need to go ahead and start making other plans. Yo, if you want to fight the good fight, fight the good fight. The thing is that my friend Chris, the one that died on the motorcycle, he was trying to unionize his IKEA, the IKEA he worked for in Staunton, Massachusetts. He was trying for years to get those people to unionize. You know, people don't know what's best for them. They really don't. He tried so hard. I see a lot of fairy energy coming through for you also. You might want to think about going to the forest and giving something to the fairies. It's like a female spirit. It's like a female nature spirit that's around you. It's funny because it feels, I was looking at this card and I was thinking about it and I was trying to determine what is it that's coming through that card. And it's like elven, it's like an elf, You've got like an elf around you, but it's like a female elf. Is it elf? Like Lord of the Ring elf, but small. You know, like Liv Tyler. The next thing that's coming through is you have a grandfatherly spirit that's coming through for you. And the grandfatherly spirit that's coming through for you is coming through as someone who is very, very, very Celtic. Someone who is very, very, very Celtic in life. Sarah, I got you, babe. Are you still here? Oh my God, Meatloaf is on right now. So, Ghoulie Ghoul, I hope that what, not Ghoulie Ghoul, I'm sorry, Wandering Ghoul. There's too many of you motherfucking ghouls in here. That was everything that came through in your reading. Yeah, feel it out. Totally feel it out. I feel like you have a female spirit around you that is an earth entity that's like higher than a spirit of the dead, but not like a god, like a demigod or nature. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't even put into words what it is I get off of this, but it seems very fairy-like or elven-like. I was confusing elves and gnomes for a second. All right, Sarah. I'm going to start shuffling your cards, and you're going to be my last reading. And then I'm going to go make myself some motherfucking clam chowder because I'm in the mood for clam chowder. So the reading that you want to do is spiritual, right? You want me to focus. What we're asking the spirit world is to tell you more about like spiritual stuff. You're just chilling? Good. Spiritual path and things like that, right? Because that's my favorite thing to do. If that's your intention, then that's what's going to be what comes out. What's up, Grant the Witch? What's up, Witch? I'm still over here doing readings, trying to get my bills paid. Fundraising. This is Friday night fundraising. Got to get those bills paid. Man, this month was tight. Bringing everything together at the end of May was really tight. Really, really super tight. May was not a good month at all. Not at all. You just woke up after. Oh, that's because you had a client today, right? So they must have taken all your energy. You're blocked in your magic. So we're trying to find out what's blocking you or how to get you unblocked. I love doing spiritual investigations. we're going to find out what is blocking Sarah, or what she can do to unblock herself. You practice witchcraft, Sarah? Is that primarily what you practice? Witchcraft? Goodness gracious. I love San Pellegrino. This is what you should be drinking instead of Pepsi. However, I do have Pepsi in my fridge, but they're only backups in case I ran out of coffee. But I get the little can of Pepsi that has real sugar in it. When I went to Africa, they had Pepsi made with real sugar, and it was delicious. And then I came back to the United States and saw that Pepsi was putting out real sugar Pepsis in can. They only come in can form. But I relied on Pepsi when I didn't have coffee in Africa. You feel like you need to do the baneful magic. And when you say baneful in front of you, you mean clients? Clients that want you to do baneful magic, or just baneful things that you want to do? You have clients that want baneful work done. I love Sting. Sting is on. And the Police. King of pain. I will always be the king of pain. I will always be the king of pain. So here's the issue, though, Sarah. The issue is, God, talking about baneful magic is such a... Talking about baneful magic is such a pain in the ass. Because here's the thing. I know you paid for a reading, and I'm gonna read you, but I'd like to say something about baneful magic and positive magic. Positive, destructive magic, okay? There's a lot of stuff playing out in the universe when you go to cast a spell, okay? There's something called karma. There's something called causality, okay? Karma is causality. I do something, and that creates a chain of events that cannot be undone, which is why you pay attention to everything you think, everything you say, and everything you do, because you generate karma. You create reactions every time you act. And you don't know whether or not casting a baneful spell or casting a positive spell is going to create a positive or negative effect. Well, so so you gave them a good luck charm, yet they came back to you and said they needed a baneful working done because you gave them a good luck charm? Like it's supposed to bring them good luck. It's not supposed to end up in a... Like one spell shouldn't create a circumstance to create another spell. A good luck charm, that's a one and done kind of magical working. You make the charm, you give it to the person, and that's it. So your charm spell doesn't have anything to do with whatever else is going on. How long have you been casting magic? How long have you been a spellcaster? Your client asked you for a good luck charm, and then your client came back and asked you for a baneful spell after that? I hope I'm not offending you by asking questions. I'm just interested to know. It's not going to change the outcome of your reading. Your reading is going to be whatever it is. So my question, Sarah, is do you want to be doing baneful work? More of a justice working? Okay, well, justice workings aren't baneful. Justice magic isn't baneful. Let's be very clear on what baneful working is, okay? Baneful, I think we need to clarify, witch bitches, what a baneful working is. A baneful working is when you say, I hate that bitch. I want her to fall out of bed and break her ankle and her dog to die and for her husband to get in a car wreck and everybody in her bloodline to be cursed from now until the end of time. That's baneful magic. Baneful magic is when you go out and you are intentionally trying to hurt someone, make them physically ill, bring them bad luck, make them trip on their shoelaces and or step on a rake and hit themselves in the face, okay? That's baneful magic. Baneful magic means the only intent that you have to do the magic is your own personal vitriol for the person. Do you understand? Most of what you guys come to me talking about baneful magic is justice magic. And justice magic isn't baneful magic. You might do baneful things during the ceremony, but it doesn't mean that it's baneful work. No, it's fine. Whatever's going to come out in your reading is going to come out. But so the thing is like, I'll give you the example of like justice magic to me. Justice magic to me is a woman comes to me, okay? She's got a husband who's an alcoholic and he beats her ass, okay? He's just a piece of trash. He can't keep his dick in his pants, all right? He shows up when he wants to show up and he leaves when he wants to leave. If she comes to me and she says that she is in a situation where she is feeling endangered or in harm, I will fuck him up, but it won't be baneful. Because the best choice of magic to choose in a situation like that is to fuck him up, to take a baseball bat to his knees, okay? Give him a pair of magical cement shoes. But technically that's not baneful, it's justice. I'm doing baneful things while I'm doing the working, but it's not. Okay, well, just determine whether or not you want to put a death curse on him or not. You either want the motherfucker dead or you don't. So if you're feeling some kind of way about magically, you know, doing a hit job magically, then then don't do it. It's a moral, ethical thing you're dealing with over here. That's an emotional thing. It has nothing to do with anything else. Like, when you light that candle, you should be at that point where you're not going to change your mind. And once you light that candle, whatever happens is going to happen. So what are the chances of him going to jail, opposed to the chances of him getting wiped out? Because if your uncle was a mobster and you really wanted him to receive justice, you would get a lot swifter justice by getting somebody to take him out in a gang fight than you would him getting arrested and going to jail. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, using negative magic and negative destructive forces. As an example, if there's somebody who is into crime, okay, and you want that person to, or you don't care about the person's life, you don't have any value for the person's life, and they're doing such fucked up shit that they need to be stopped at all cost, then the best spirits to conjure are spirits that will bring more of that on that person, not justice. Okay. Well, hold on a second. I'm going to shuffle up your oracle cards and then we're going to lay it all out. But this is going to be a spiritual reading for you. All the cards that are going to come out are going to talk about like what you're working on, where you're at. It's not going to talk, it's really not going to cover your clients. It's only going to cover you. You know what I mean? But I love having this conversation. I could talk about magical theory and practice all day long. Most people don't cast spells. And if they do cast spells, they actually don't sit down and think about it very hard. People making jars and casting spells and putting people in the freezer, hanging people upside down, going out and burying them in the cemetery, nailing chicken hearts to trees. Oh, you're good. Can you hear me? Are you ready? I wasn't saying anything about the 76-year-old. What I just said was that I'm going to do your reading now. What I said is that I love magical theory and practice, and I can talk about it for hours. But okay, hold on. Let me read you. Okay, let me read you. Let's see what's going on with you first. Let's start with you first, and then we will well, if you want to take this as a sign, there's cards that kind of give the impression that you're justified in your workings, that your workings are justified. Okay. Wow. There's a lot of shit coming out in your reading. Why did you have to be so difficult this late at night? All I want is a ham sandwich. Actually, what I really want is a fish fillet sandwich from McDonald's. All right, so let's talk about the biggest problem. So let's talk about the biggest card that is screaming at me in your reading. And this is a read, okay? I'm about to read you to filth. You pulled the Hanged Man card. And the Hanged Man card is the martyr card. It's the savior complex. It's the I have to fix everything. And it has to be, I have to sacrifice myself on the sacrificial slab in order to bring balance into the universe. I don't know you. I don't know your situation, so I don't have any vested interest in trying to say anything to you about anything. But what I am saying is you need to sit down and you need to do very, very deep soul-searching meditations on codependency. Am I a codependent person? What are the signs of codependency? Am I exhibiting codependency in my relationships with my family? Is that codependency spilling out to the clients that I work with? Okay? Because codependency is a thing, and most people who are empaths are codependent. So, as a check on you spiritually, the first thing you need to do is sit down and journal and ask yourself to examine your true intentions for being a spiritual worker. There's people who are empaths. They're born empaths. They become codependent because their environment makes them codependent. And then they go into professions like healing, like nurses. I can't tell you how many nurses I know that are completely codependent. There's something about the codependence and the empathy and the empath abilities that lead us to wanting to help other people. And I am 100% guilty of it myself. So you just need to make sure that you're not taking on, this is what I'm channeling, this is the channel. You're not taking on work that you don't have any business doing, because you don't need to. For real. So that's why before I even lay down the cards, I ask you the question, is baneful work what you really want to do? Do you really want to be doing that? Because to me, it doesn't matter who you're doing it to. It sounds like what you really have is like a moral ethical conflict over it. Do you feel morally complicated? Don't do it. There's your answer, sweetheart. Because I feel like whatever it is that you're dealing with, it's just not your issue to do. It's just not it's not your place. And I don't know why there's become this trend on TikTok that you have to practice baneful magic or you have to do justice work, you have to do anything. Nobody has to do anything. And if doing the spell work is going to create some kind of emotional disturbance for you, it is 100% absolutely not worth doing in any way, shape, or form. So you're saying, so you've done baneful work in the past for people. What you're saying is that your good stuff, why would you say that about yourself? Why do you say that about your magic? Why do you think the good stuff fails? That's what I don't understand. You've only done baneful for you. Oh, I thought you were doing baneful magic for clients. I thought you were doing baneful workings for clients. I'm sorry. I was confused. But it doesn't matter whether or not you were going to do the working for yourself or you were going to do the working for someone else. If you feel in any way, shape, or form that it's not something you want to do, don't do it. But let me tell you something. You've got two people that are coming out in your reading, both that are problematic in your life. Is this all magic for yourself, though? I mean, are you talking about this is all stuff you do for yourself, magic you do for yourself? This is not magic that has to do with, because I'm trying to determine here whether or not you're talking about specifically about you, and it doesn't have anything to do with anybody that has paid you for anything. No charms, no baneful workings, no nothing. So what you're saying to me is that you need to practice both. You have to practice what you consider to be the baneful workings in order to get positive results when you do positive magic. So what you're saying is that if you're not balanced, then everything goes to shit. Is that what you mean? Oh, I see. So the charm, like you gave the person the charm, but you didn't feel like it worked very well for them. It does sound like that, doesn't it? Okay, so, oh man, there's a card. Something came into my mind when I first laid it down, and it came up again in another way. Are you on the right path? I don't know if you're on the right spiritual path, sweetheart. I think you might be on the wrong path. I think it might be time to do an overhaul. I think you might have to go back to the drawing board and ask yourself whether or not the path you're on or whatever it is that you're practicing or how you're going about trying to practice whatever it is that you want to do is actually in alignment with your destiny. This is like, I'm talking about like from square one, the drawing board. Okay. So the first thing is, do you have an ancestral practice? Meaning, do you venerate your ancestors, call on ancestors, work with your ancestors, spell cast with your ancestors, do offerings? Like, what have you done with your dead? Because unless you get that shit under control, everything else isn't gonna work. And that is something I found out after being a witch for 20 years when I entered into spiritism and spiritualism and the magic that I practice now. And I really practice a hybridization of all of the traditions that I study. So I would say that some of the reasons why maybe your magic isn't working is because there are ancestral forces at play that are preventing you or blocking you from doing what it is you want to do. I'm just saying that because I've experienced it myself. I felt myself going in a particular direction, and then I had the ancestor on the other saying, oh, fuck no, you're not going in that direction. You're going in this direction. And no matter what I tried to do, however I tried to get around it, however I tried to pursue it, there was something that was not allowing me to go in that way. You need to get into spiritism. You need to get into spiritism. You need an ancestor veneration practice. You need to start incorporating ancestor work into what you do, okay? I think that will bring a lot of clarity for you. It brought a lot of clarity for me. So that's my first recommendation to you, is ancestors. The next thing is, as far as paths are concerned, you haven't found it yet. That's okay. Well, as far as like ancestors, you need to be in my mentorship program. You need to spend like a month or two in my mentorship program. Matter of fact, a lot of people could get a lot more out of hanging out with me for a couple of months in my mentorship program than paying for readings. You could buy a reading, or you could just be my mentee for like 2 months, and that will give you the opportunity to learn from me, because you just need a little bit of direction, and that's fine. I'll tell you one thing that is very, very strong with you. One thing that is very strong with you is you come with really strong womb energy. You have got a lot of divine mother energy around you. I don't know if you've worked with the Virgin Mary, were you raised Catholic, Our Lady of Guadalupe, Kuan Yin, mother energy. I just get a lot of divine mother energy around you. Oh, that's wonderful, Nicole. We would love to have you. Oi! You got a lot of womb energy surrounding you, Sarah, which is a really, really beautiful thing. But you know what? That's a blessing, Sarah, okay? Because you could have been raised like me. You could have been raised in a crazy religious Christian cult with brainwashed parents, okay? So, you know, that's good for you. But there are two people in your life that need to be, there's someone in your life that's struggling with substance abuse or alcoholism or some other kind of compulsion. There's someone that suffers from a compulsion, and another person in your life that wants to take advantage of you. Those are two negative people that you need to be careful of. You got baptized, missionary Baptist. Right now what you need to be learning is spiritualism, and you need to be learning spiritism, and you need to create a shrine. There's a shrine you need to create. There's several shrines, because you're a witch. And I'm not asking you to be a Wiccan. I'm not asking you to perform ceremony, but there are certain shrines, energetic things that you need to connect to. You need an ancestor shrine, for one thing. And besides having an ancestor shrine, you need to have a self-altar. You need to have an altar erected to yourself. Everybody should have a self-altar. And that self-altar acts as a battery. It acts as a charge for you. The other thing you really need to do is we need to check out your birth chart at some point in time. You have priestesses around you. You definitely have witches around you, and you definitely have women that were either high priestesses in their cults or cunning women. So hold on, let me do a recap, because I feel like I've been all over the place. You've got a very strong connection to the divine feminine, that womb energy. You have witches around you, some of them pagan, some of them non-pagan. Christian, but like cunning folk and witches. So as far as the spiritual path is concerned, That is important, but ancestors and spiritism is really, really, really important, and creating an altar, a self-shrine for you, for your energy, is also very important. Spirit kept telling me that you needed to move in a different direction with your spiritual path. I mean, whatever it is you're doing, your practices, that's what I would like. That's why I think you should be in my mentorship program. I think what we really need to do is explore like your practices, because practices make all the difference in the world. Oh, you're working with something. Yeah, you're working with witches. I can tell you who you're working with. You're working with witches. You're working with a lot of female ancestral spirits, and you're working with like divine goddess energy. That's what you're working with. You should be venerating the Supreme Divine Mother. Supreme Divine Mother in my tradition is Oshun. But you've got a Supreme Divine Mother archetype out there that is connected to you. And so if you ask me what you should be practicing, you should be practicing that. You're a goddess worshiper, or you should be a goddess worshiper, or you should be, high priestess. Okay, your spiritual path is your life, but as far as like what you do on your spiritual path, you should be a high priestess. And I also feel that, you should look more into like shamanism and animism. I think your practices are more spiritistic than spellcasting. Some people are better at spiritualism than they are at casting spells. And I'm not saying that you don't know how to cast a spell. What I'm saying is that spellcasting might not be where you need to excel at. Not everyone can be a prima ballerina. A lot of girls take ballet classes, but not everyone is meant to step on stage in American Ballet Theater and be the principal dancer in Swan Lake. We all have our specialties. That's so fascinating. Let me see if I can pull one more message out of this. Okay. All right, let me ask you one more question. Do you practice Reiki, or have you ever practiced Reiki? Do you have a Reiki practice? Have you been initiated into Reiki or received an attunement or an empowerment? Well, the thing is it sounds like you're very chaotic. It sounds like you're a chaotic witch. You sound chaotic. You sound like you're all over the place, which is not that is not a criticism. I'm all over the place too. I'm a very chaotic person. I thrive better in chaos. I get a lot more stuff done when I feel chaos at play than not. I'm more creative in chaos. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you what. If you take my spiritual mentorship program, you are going to be practicing Reiki. You are going to be doing Reiki meditations, and you're going to be practicing Reiki on yourself, because you need to ground your energy. And practicing Reiki and learning the Reiki meditations and doing Reiki on yourself every single day or at night before you go to sleep is going to profoundly change the way you practice magic. The reason why I asked was I pulled this card called the Light, this oracle card called the Light. And I was looking at it, I'm like, I never pull that card. But the only thing that I could think of when I saw that woman laying back and basking in the light is Reiki. That's what Reiki energy is. It's light energy. I'm a Reiki master. If you ever want to get attuned in Reiki, I'll attune you. I offer initiations too. I can attune anyone in Reiki. I'm a Reiki master. I've been a Reiki master for 20 years. I have the authority. I have attuned, I think, maybe 3 or 4 people in my life. It's a ceremony. I've kind of creolized it a little bit. The last time I did an attunement on somebody, it was a lot. I hope you enjoyed that reading. That's kind of like everything that came out for you. But you asked me specifically about like your spiritual life, your spiritual path. 100% you should be working with the Divine Mothers, okay? 100% you should be working with your witches. But you might want to take a break from spell casting. And you might want to think more about less spell casting and more trance work or dream work or meditation work. Lisa, that was really hard, right? That was really difficult to navigate through that, all of that. And it was very, very difficult for me to like really. The answer was all there in the cards. You're talking about like the Reiki. No, you're fine. I like being challenged. Okay. I'm hardcore, okay? Yeah, no, I like a spiritual challenge. The book I want you to get, there's a book I want you to get, Sarah, okay? And it's a book I make every single one of my mentees get. And it's what you should be practicing with. Okay, it's called The Japanese Art of Reiki. It's a white book with a red sun on it. It's called The Japanese Art of Reiki. This is the only book you would ever need to teach you about Reiki, okay? Until you actually go to a master or take a mentorship program or something that's going to teach you, like I would teach you Reiki. I would tell you the practical components of doing Reiki. However, for theory and practice and meditation, the Japanese Art of Reiki book by Fran Stein is what you should get. Because when you get right into the second chapter, right in the second chapter, you start getting meditations and exercises to perform. Okay, learning how to move energy, sense energy, ground your energy, saying the Reiki principles every single day. And then there's just, this book is full of very simple meditations and energy things to do, especially how to clean off your energy. Oh, it's just such a good book. So, Divine Mothers, yes. My Hanged Man card is the Martyr card. Whenever I get the Hanged Man card, it means this person is doing way too much. They need to sit the fuck down, and they need to stop sacrificing all of their needs, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, physically, for people that don't really appreciate it. Because what happens when you are codependent and you're constantly putting out for everybody around you, eventually you get bitter, you get burned out, and then you become resentful. And then being a burned out, bitter, resentful bitch is uncomfortable. It's not nice for yourself or for anybody around you. So it never pays. It never pays being the martyr. It never pays. So the Hanged Man card is, for me, it's a card about, I know it's usually interpreted as self-sacrifice. No, we live in 2024. We live in different times. Most of the people that come to me to get readings are empaths, other mediums, other witches. And I just find perpetually that the people that come to me usually have some form of codependency that they have not recognized yet or found a way to work through. Anybody in your life that's a problem, you block them. You block them, block them, block them. What is your rising sign, Danielle? Do you know what your rising sign is? Don't let him take advantage of you. Don't allow your kid to take advantage of you. Fuck him. He's a 17-year-old kid. He's a little cuck. Don't let that little cuck push you around. 100%. You're his motherfucking mother. You brought him into the world and you can take him out. Don't let your kid act like a punk. And if your kid ever gets to be a problem, you kick his ass out of the house. No drugs in the house. No parties in the house. No bringing people over and fucking them in the house. Like whatever it is that your kid is doing to take advantage, or even if they're just disrespectful to your face, slap them. Hit your kid. I am 100%. I approve of corporal punishment. You know what? People that never got their ass whooped are people who are the Karens and Kevins of this world that never, they don't understand the consequences of their actions. You're not doing anything good for your son by not forcing him to fall in line. What you are doing by allowing your son to act however he wants is you're showing that you don't care about how his life is going to be, because however he acts when he's 17, that's how he's going to be when he's 27. It's going to be how he is when he's 37 and how he's 47, because for some reason, the men in American culture don't graduate past 16 or 17 years old emotionally and mentally. We live in an entire culture of emotionally retarded men. I said what I said. I said retard. We live in a society of emotionally retarded men. It's true, though. I didn't lie. Nothing I said was a lie. Prove me wrong. So, don't, well, you know what? Can I be honest with you? And this might feel like a slap in the face, but it's true. You're your own problem with your kid. You're the problem. You are the fucking adult, not your kid. You are the person that puts down boundaries. You're the person that allows him to do that to you. You're allowing it. He's not the problem, you are. Let's get to the core of the problem. The core of the problem is you don't know how to mother your 17-year-old son. The core of the problem is you don't know how to be a mother to a 17-year-old son. You need to fix that. That's your problem. Your kid isn't the problem. Your parenting skills are the problem. And I don't know you, but I care enough about you to tell you the truth. Because in reality, if your kid is a problem, the kid has, you got to do something with the kid. Like you're not responsible for all of your kid's actions. Once they get to a certain age, you're done. If you tried your best to raise the kid the best you can, but he's turning 18 and he's a son of a bitch, you kick that son of a bitch, that's funny, out of the house. Well, then he doesn't have to care about anything not around you. But don't let him take advantage of you. Sounds like you're dealing with a 17-year-old narcissist. So, I mean, I don't care if it's your husband, I don't care if it's your son, I don't care if it's your father or your uncle or the man you work for or any other motherfucker, a friend. You need to create some serious boundaries between you and the men in your life. And I'm saying all of that because I care about you. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to beat you up or make you feel bad about yourself. Because there are people that'll be like, oh, he's such a horrible person. Listen to how he's talking to that person. No, I'm telling you the truth. You need to sit down and reestablish your boundaries. It's probably why your magic is fucking up. It's probably why your magic is all backwards. Okay? Because magic isn't something separate from what we do in our regular everyday life. That part. You make that motherfucker pay those bills. No free rides. All right, guys, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm starving to death. I'm gonna go have my clam chowder. But I love you guys. You're awesome sauce. And I love doing those readings, and I can't wait to do more. This is a really good live. I'm gonna save this live. It's gonna be posted on the YouTube channel, so you guys can come watch it whenever you want. My live readings, sometimes if the video is good and we talk about a lot of stuff, I'll keep the video, okay? All right, guys, have a great rest of the night. You're awesome.